Welcome to Boulder City City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, confirmation of posting, roll call, please.
Thank you. The City Council agenda was posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law, and all members are present.
Thank you. We will all rise for the invocation by Pastor Jason King of Calvary Chapel, Boulder City Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Pastor.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Leaders, thank you. It's an honor to be invited. It is a privilege, even beyond that honor, to actually talk to our Maker. So, I'll ask everybody to join me as I pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you, Lord. You are good and great, and there is no one like you. God, we pray that you would display your goodness and your greatness in this city, and that you would have your hand of blessing upon our city leaders and upon our city. Lord, we ask that you would be a part of this meeting here today in a way that provides us with the goodwill that is necessary for neighborliness. We ask, God, that you would give wisdom and strength, that you would help our leaders to fulfill their responsibilities with the integrity and character, Lord, that is honoring to you and that our people ask for. We pray for peace not only in this meeting, but in our town. And we ask for this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any announcements, Madam City Clerk? We will open up the public comment, and the first public comment that we have is designed to have matters that are addressed on the agenda. And I would recognize that some of the things that we may think are on the agenda may not be on the agenda. So the agenda is posted, and anything that is on the agenda can be addressed in this first public comment. Things that aren't on the agenda will be heard on the last public comment at the end of the meeting. Not to be specific, but 15 and 16 and 6 do not have anything to do with something that is spelled with a D and an A and a T and an A. So we will then go to our first public comment. Anyone who would like to come forward or call in, welcome to do so, 702-589-9629. And that is 702-589-9629. Or if they're in the chambers, they can come forward, identify yourself, and take your 3 minutes to speak on whatever is on the agenda. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Terry Adamick. I think I speak for everyone here when I say that I wholeheartedly support Resolution number 8129. I want to begin by offering a sincere thank you on behalf of all of us. The process that brought us to this evening has been a model of good governance. You and your staff took the time to listen to our community, carefully considered the areas under discussion, and weighed the concerns of all stakeholders to identify spaces that make sense for Boulder City and all its residents. The kind of thoughtful, inclusive deliberation means a great deal to us, and we appreciate every hour invested in getting this right. Passing resolution number 8129 will have a real and lasting impact on the people of Boulder City. Dog owners represent a broad cross-section of this community: families, seniors, veterans, and many individuals who live alone. For lots of them, their dogs is their daily companion and the primary reason to get outside. Expanded off-leash areas mean more opportunities for exercise, for fresh air, and for the kind of neighborly connection that happens when people share open space. And there is one other thing worth mentioning. Watching your dog run free, tail up, fully alive in the moment triggers a genuine physiological response in us. The joy is not emotional, it's a release of endorphins that lift our mood, reduce stress, and leave us healthier for the experience. These are not small things. They are a texture of a healthy community. And for our dogs, animals who depend entirely on us to meet their needs, designated off-leash space is transformative. It allows them to run, socialize, and to simply be dogs. That kind of enrichment reduces stress and behavioral problems, and it makes for calmer, happier animals in our homes and on our streets. Boulder City has always prided itself on the well-being of its residents, all of them, including the four-legged ones. Tonight, you have the opportunity to take a concrete step in that direction. We urge you to pass Resolution 8129. And whatever you decide, please know that the community sees and appreciates your thoughtfulness, the thoughtfulness that you have brought to the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers or anyone who'd like to call in? 702-589-9629.
Pam Triolo. I'm speaking on the same one, but I'm speaking at number 13 in the same bill. 7 years ago, I used to walk my dogs down there, and I love dogs. I've had them all my life. I plan to have them the rest of my life. I had so many friendly dogs running up to my dog, and yes, most of them are friendly, but you never know how two dogs are going to react. I don't walk there anymore. I live on the lakeside, and I walk 1 mile down, and then I have to walk 1 mile up, and pretty soon I'm not going to be able to walk that 1 mile up. It's getting harder. I thought it would get easier if I do it every day. So I'm going to have to go down to the Veterans Park, because our park on our side we have the sheep, so it's understandable. No dogs. The sheep are very important to this town, and they want the early morning hours. And during the summer, I walk at 6 o'clock in the morning, and pretty soon it'll be at 5:30. And I would like to have the opportunity to walk my dog. I have a bigger dog now. He is a very friendly dog. I got him from the shelter 2 years ago, but I'm still not quite sure how he would react to every dog that runs up to him. And we all think our dogs are really friendly. I feel like, as somebody who walks my dog on a leash, and a lot of people in my neighborhood, most of them walk on a leash. There are a few off-leash people, but they're going to the desert, and we kind of watch out for each other. If they're letting them out with a truck, I'll wait before I go on. If he sees me closer, he waits before he releases his dog. So we work together. But at this point, I feel we've given them half the parks. I have sidewalks to walk on. Yeah, I'd like to be able to walk my dog on some grass, but I want to keep him on a leash because he does have hunting dog in him, and he, and herder, so he could run. Even police dogs don't listen to their trainer 100% of the time. I've heard stories. So please really consider us people who do walk our dogs on a leash. We can all live together. Somehow there has to be a medium, but we can't give them Pratfield. And I do understand that the town's got to go clean it up every afternoon before the kids practice on it, and that's not right either. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. I'm Nancy Deneen, and again tonight I'm going to be reading from my dog walking friend who can't make it tonight, as I did before. So this is her statement, but I totally agree with it. So here it goes. Dear Boulder City Council, I am writing to urge you to vote in favor of Resolution 8129, which designates additional locations for off-leash recreation. For over 30 years, many residents have successfully utilized off-leash recreation combined with voice command training to ensure their dogs are well socialized and well behaved. I believe the proposed additional locations effectively address the needs of the community by providing open spaces for fetch situated away from major roads, accessible paved walking paths with gentle slopes to ensure elderly and disabled residents can exercise safely with their off-leash dogs. Necessary amenities including shade, restrooms, water, and designated parking. Sufficient space for owners and dogs to maintain distance from others when needed. And access to waste bags and trash cans to encourage all dog owners, including on-leash dog owners, to keep our public spaces clean. We appreciate your support in approving these locations to maintain a safe, shaded, and inclusive environment for all Boulder City residents and their pets. Thank you for your time and consideration. Best regards, Cheryl Romines. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone line?
Darn glasses. 2 years ago wasn't a problem. My name's Ted Taylor, and I want to speak, it's Resolution 8129, I believe. I think over the last 3 or 4 years, there's been a growing divisiveness in this town amongst the dog owners. And I think it's been growing. I think there's been misconceptions, and I think there's been an attitude of tattling and telling on others and so forth. And I think it's just grown the community apart. I think this resolution is going a long way to bring the community back together again. I understand people's concerns about walking dogs on leash versus dogs off leash. Personally, I'm an off-leash dog owner. I will put her on a leash if I feel she needs to be on a leash. I'm like a parent. I watch them very closely. If I see another dog, don't know that dog, I'll keep her off the leash, but I'll keep her with me. And then I'll determine if that dog is friendly or not. You can read dogs, you can understand dogs. And yeah, I don't live in fear. I let my dog be. I've shown some videos, I've shared some videos of Pratfield and how the dogs like I own need the space to run and to get that movement and to be able to use that cardio or whatever it needs to be able to exercise and get that out of their system. All I'm saying is that I don't worry about dogs being on leash or off leash. I pay attention to my dog, and I'm very, very attentive to that. And it's just like my child, just like a child, I don't let them wander off. I don't let them greet other people unless I know who those people are and so forth. I ask the people, are they okay with my dog approaching them? If they say no, fine. Say, Layla, you come back with me. You stay with me. If they're okay with it, fine, go say hi. And so, again, I think this resolution is going a long way to bring the community back together. And if everybody would just be attentive and not live in fear or worry about their dog. Dogs don't bite. They're not going to bite eventually. There's people that think a dog will always bite no matter what. It's just inevitable. That is not the case. No way. Not anywhere near the case. So I just think it's important to understand your dog, understand how they react with other dogs, read the people that are owners, because the owners will tell you through their nonverbal and their posturing and so forth, whether they're friendly with their dogs. You can read people. So I'm very attentive to that. And I just think that allowing these dogs to have some of the freedom that they need and have to have is just something that's going to bring the community back together again. I think this resolution is a very strong way of getting that back together. It's a good start. It's a great way to kind of get this community to start healing and so forth. So I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone, 702-589-9629?
My name is Holly Levitt, and I'm also here to speak in support of the Resolution 8129. I think it's a great move to designate some additional areas, especially with specified times. The desert for us is a great area for us, especially with our larger dogs that really have a chance to get out and explore. And they need that kind of energy. And I know up until the last two dogs I had, I never had off-leash dogs. I never had the opportunity. When I came into Boulder and found that, I was very nervous about having my dogs off. But with the help of people who had off-leash dogs, showed me to train them, how to work with them, and it's an incredible experience. The dogs get along better. The dogs have learned to wait, whether they go up to a dog. And as Ted said, you can see, I will put my dog on a leash if I see that someone's very nervous. If I see they're just a little hesitant, I move them off the path and let them approach, and I never let my dog go up unless I'm going up with them so that I can have my hands on the other dog and let the dog know that it's a good situation. And I think if we work through a lot of those things among all of us dog owners, I think that would be helpful. The grass area around the ball fields is a really important thing in the morning, because as we're going out to the desert, it gives the dogs a chance to get their morning wake up, rolling in the grass, greeting other dogs before they go out and explore in the desert. Pratt Field between 5 and 8 allows a lot of that, but it also allows long distance ball throws for those bigger dogs, a big area for them to run. And the greatest thing is, because Pratt Field is so big, you can look out there on any morning when there are groups of dogs. There'll be a dog group in one area that is off leash, another one over here, someone over here on leash. And if I've not seen many problems where people don't just spread out because the field's so clear, so everyone gets to use it. If we have people walking along the sidewalk, we make sure our dogs are down further on the area, not by the sidewalk. This resolution is really important for their dogs and for the owners, allowing for a shared community at Veterans Park. Since we've left the park, we've split up our whole group, and it's a family group. I encourage you greatly to pass this resolution, and I think it'll do a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. You're on the phone, 702-589-9629, or anyone here in chambers. Please come forward and identify yourself.
Good evening, council members. My name is Molly Little, and I am in support of Resolution 8129. It's about designating space, right? Surely the patrons of parks and people that want to get their early morning walk in, there's plenty of space around. We want to designate a few spaces for us as well. Most of the early morning patrons that I've noticed at Vets Field walk around the perimeter. And if you've ever visited Pratt Field in the morning, early morning hours, you'll notice that that field is largely unused. People are walking around the perimeter, and the field itself is unused. And prior to the law that was enacted, we would, throw our ball, play fetch right in the middle of the field, and there's enough space there to kind of buffer the folks walking around the perimeter who, we try not to bother them with our dogs. So again, it's about space. It's about designating a space for us to do our thing as well. So thank you very much. I really feel like you did listen to us very carefully and given us the opportunity through the focus group and such to come up with this resolution, and I think it's really well thought out, and I really do appreciate your time and hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone?
Good evening. My name is Jan Hubbard. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for their willingness to explore our off-leash proposals for Veterans Park. I am also in favor of this proposal. As stated in the last meeting, the desert area adjacent to Veterans Park is a viable option for off-leash activities during park hours, as it is not crowded and not used by many. The areas between the ball field with hours would also work, as it has trees, shade, and grass for dogs and their owners. Pratt Field with hours between 5 and 8 a.m. is an excellent option, as there's not much usage during that time. I understand Pat's concerns, but that actually leads me to explain why Pratt Field is a good option. Because of its size. It has ample space to accommodate numerous dogs and their owners simultaneously. It has shade, parking, lighting, water, and restrooms nearby. There's also not much vehicular traffic. It has become an area where many friendships and connections are made. People have become friends, they watch out and help each other, and thrive together in our sense of community. I know there were concerns about the dog feces. At the last meeting, Julie Calloway was asked if there was a difference in the amount of the aforementioned since the new leash law was enacted. If memory serves, it was stated it was about the same. As there is probably 80% less dog usage there now, it leads one to believe the problem can be attributed to on-leash dog owners. I'm going to give you an example. In my neighborhood, there's a block on Adams between Bristlecone and Denali that's used by dogs on leash. I counted 27 piles of dog feces that were not disposed of properly by their owners. What I'm trying to convey is that you can't put the onus of responsibility solely on off-leash owners. Human nature is what it is. I also understand some of the concerns regarding children and bacteria and or contamination from said feces. I researched this and could find no data stating any children or persons becoming ill or hospitalized due to contact. I realize our park remaining clean is very important. I will reiterate that a list of volunteers to pick up at Veterans Park was given to Julie Calloway at a prior meeting. Those on the list are still waiting to volunteer their time. In summation, it is for these reasons we ask you to vote yes to implement these new areas for off-leash activities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Adam Schulteis. I will be talking about item number 15 on tonight's agenda. There are 3 companies that were awarded proposals that involved amounts of energy to be stored. According to the staff report prepared by Cynthia Sneed dated today, May 12, 2026, the company Primergy says that they requested a total amount of energy to be stored 500 megawatts. REV Renewable for Delamar Energy Storage requested a total amount of energy to be stored 250 megawatts. IOWN requested a total amount of energy to be stored 200 megawatts. Energy storage is extensively used in data centers to enhance reliability, efficiency, and sustainability, primarily through systems like battery energy storage system, otherwise known as BESS, B-E-S-S. The resolution that is being considered tonight talks specifically about battery energy storage system, BESS. Each of the 4 mentioned companies are major players in storing energy for data centers. In fact, Primergy, that's what they do. They build data centers and they store energy for. That's all they do. They go hand in hand together. Where is that energy that is being stored coming from? We don't get the answers. It can't be coming from all the solar panels down in El Dorado Valley because Solar Tech Online states that, quote, to store 500 megawatts of energy, you would need hundreds of thousands of utility-scale solar farm panels. Let's be honest, Council. Does this proposal have anything to do with data centers? You can't answer now, but you owe it to the public. If it does, you should not consider this proposal until the voters decide on whether Boulder City should or should not have data centers. I'm done.
Thank you. If you want to call in, 702-589-9629, 702-589-9629.
Hi, Mayor and Council, Bryn Delormier, and I'm also here to speak on items 15 and 16. I'd like to remind everyone that on the December 9th, 2025 council meeting, in which many sat here in this room and listened to this council pass an extension and approval for a BESS, that's battery storage facility for Townsite Solar 2. 3 months later, we sat here again, surprised to hear the same company proposing a data center for the exact same site. So that is why a lot of us are concerned. And further, the Boulder City Climate Action Group had a table at the Spring Jamboree weekend before last, during which a woman approached us on the Sunday, and she said she audits BESS facilities for a living, and she warned us that nearly every BESS site nowadays in recent history converts into a data center, and it's a way to fast track the process. I went home that night, I Googled it, I found that her information tracks, and then a few days later I was surprised to see items 15 and 16 on the agenda. So same, I Googled the companies mentioned, and I found that of the ones mentioned, I'll see how long I can get. Rev Renewables provides crucial renewable energy and storage solutions to support the high power demands of data centers and the broader grid. IOWN, Innovative Optical and Wireless Network, they addresses the massive power and latency demands of AI by replacing electrical processing with light, enabling distributed sustainable data centers. And on item 16, RWE is heavily investing in U.S. renewable energy, including solar, to meet the surging power demands of data centers driven by AI and technology growth. So I'd just like to say with all of this, I do realize that those 2 facilities are in the El Dorado Valley transfer area, which we will be voting on in November, which is question 1 on our ballots. So I'd like to say with all of that coming down the pipeline, there's one familiar quote that probably everybody has heard, and that's, "Lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine or ours." Knowing that there's a huge shortage of, there's a supply and demand issue for data centers and AI. That's why they're all banging down our doors. And at least one council member I've spoken with has said, we can take our time on this. We don't have to raise. I agree with that one, with that council member. And I hope that we can slow down and wait till the November election. You've all heard it from all your constituents on social media. Very few people in this town want it, so I'm asking you again, please listen to your constituents, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers come forward?
Roseanne Rabbiola-Mealy, regarding items 15 and 16, I have been looking at everything that's been going on regarding the storage facilities for energy. I think that's wonderful. I think we should be able to store all the energy we possibly can. But when I ask specific questions, are you, company Skylar, talking about storage facilities or data centers? And I talked to 3 different people at the last open house, and I get 3 different answers, including an answer that says, well, we haven't done a very good job communicating to the public what this project really is. So my question regarding items 15 and 16, who can tell me, are we talking about energy storage? Are we talking about energy storage that turns into data centers? Because I talked to the head person, his name, I believe, and excuse me if I'm wrong, Rick Lemmers. Nobody had a business card to give me with their name, with their phone number. That's a little strange to me. I have my cards all over the place. Okay? Anybody can call me, Google me, you get my phone number. Okay? I can't get that when I go. So I say to him, gee, I wonder how you make more money. Do you make more money with energy storage or with selling data? He goes, selling data. Thank you very much. I want an answer. What are we voting on?
Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward or call in at 702-589-9629?
Good evening, Council, and thank you again for giving us this opportunity for Moore's Mobile Home Park to speak to you in regards to the situation.
Could you identify yourself for us?
Number 9, Lori Humphreys.
Thank you.
Park Manager at Moore's Mobile Home Park. And I'm speaking on the number 9 position of changing the ordinance to public hearing on proposed zoning ordinance text amendment, consideration of bill number 2101, an ordinance of the city of Boulder City, Nevada, amending Boulder City Municipal Code, Title 11, Zoning and Subdivisions, Chapter 6. Okay, Moore's Mobile Home Park Zone to authorize mobile home park zone recreational vehicles as a permitted use. Many of you, if you're not aware, the park has been a part of the city since 1947. Began as a RV stop, just like any other places you're traveling, and grew into a mobile home park. Somewhere along the line in 1984, Boulder City chose to change the zoning names from trailers to mobile homes, taking out the RV part of it. Unfortunately, in Moore's Mobile Home Park, we stand with many fifth wheels, bumper pools that existed long before those laws changed. And now, in order to fill those lots, because they were set there, we continued to allow, without knowledge, without malice, to allow fifth wheels and mobile home travel trailers, fifth wheels, big ones, little ones, not exceeding 30 foot or less than 30 foot, to attain their time in our park. I'd just like to let you know that 34% are fifth wheels and travel trailers in the upper park. Only 21 remain as mobile homes. As those mobile homes are pulled out, they either have to be replaced with a fifth wheel or a travel trailer because they can no longer maintain a mobile home at the size and the rates that they're built, cost, and moving, and the features to permit them. Plus all the people that are transit to our city that come here for work, to the solar fields, to the government offices, and it just makes it a valued time. In time, it will eliminate the park and force us to raise the rents greatly to maintain the people that are there in the park. So we plead that you make this arrangement to continue to allow us to have RVs, fifth wheels in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to call in at 702-589-9629?
Hi, my name is Marianne Ray, and Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just wanted to give my support for the resolution on 13 to have dogs allowed to be off-leash at Pratt Field. One of the things I know that is a concern from some of you is about people who do not pick up after their dogs. I walk every day in this city. I walk sometimes here in town. I walk at the Veterans Park, and I walk up at Bootleg Canyon. And I can tell you, for the most part, people pick up after their dogs. The worst place, believe it or not, is at Bootleg Canyon with the big animals. And those people almost always have their dogs on leash. And because if you have a dog on leash or dog off leash, it doesn't matter. And Pratt Field is a beautiful, wonderful place. In the morning, so many people go out there. And there's been such a change in this community when people have not been allowed to let their dogs be off-leash. I've lived in this town for 30 years. I have had dogs. I don't at the moment, but I have never, ever had a problem with a dog. With owners who have dogs, who feel that there is a problem, they put them on leash. So please consider adding these spaces for people to allow their dogs to run off leash. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 702-589-9629, or anyone here in chambers like to come forward. You have someone on the line? Go ahead.
Public comment, go ahead.
Yes, it's David Pitterman, spelled Pitterman. And the Google Data Center would be nice to have it there, or proof of it, and have a set of solar panels for each floor with mirrors directing sunlight.
I'm going to interrupt you, sir. This is limited, this public comment is limited to things that are on the agenda, and our data centers are not on the agenda. You can stay online and you can call in again for public comment at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, what's on your agenda?
It's on the city's website if you'd like to take a look at it.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood of what I read.
Thank you. Here in the
I'm
chamber.
going to look at it, listen. And it would be nice that the fire department would have a school for kids for our troubled kids that are arsonists and pyromaniacs. Teaching why not light up fireworks from them.
Thank you for your comments, sir. We'll come back here to chambers.
Evening, Mayor, Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Smith for the record, just here to comment briefly on agenda items 15 and 16. It's my understanding that that BESS has been already approved for the wilderness transfer area, and as such, the proposals being forwarded tonight, kind of a given to insert into those spaces. And as you've heard from several people already tonight, it seems like best storages are like just pathways to data centers. They grow up. When they grow up, they just turn into data centers. We've already heard from hundreds of people, thousands of people throughout the last 3 months since Skylar and TS2 were here in December proposing a BESS that's again turned into a data center proposal. And I'm curious to know exactly when this council is really going to start considering the constituents of the city that elected them and who are opposed to this use of our land. I'm not going to go into the esoteric nature of what everybody's speaking about, complaining about, the things that are and aren't necessarily a part of this direct proposal tonight. But basically, if you guys are voting this through, you're just kind of laying a red carpet for the next 2 data centers to come online in an area that you guys have already approved for BESS. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers, or call in at 702-589-9629. No one on the phone. No one here in chambers. We'll close public comment. I see one person who wants to get up and is rushing up for the public comment that's just been reopened.
Sorry, I just can't shut up. Somebody stole a pen. Fred Damano. And I just want to say thank you for the consideration on the new changes made in the off-leash program for people that have their dogs out there and do want to take them off-leash and have a good relationship with their neighbors, their dogs, and everybody else. I think that you've gone a long way to change it from what it was, and I think you're in the right direction. So we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers like to come forward? Anyone online? 702-589-9629. If not, we will close public comment. Thank you. Public comment is closed. And that brings us to approval of the regular agenda. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Council is requesting that item number 15 and 16 be moved up on the order of the agenda to precede item number 7.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve such?
I move to approve. I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of moving item 15 and 16 before item 7 on the regular agenda, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. That brings us to approval of the consent agenda. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Staff is also requesting that item number 6 be moved to the regular agenda for discussion.
Is there such a motion?
Move to approve as amended by City Clerk.
A second.
And it's moved and seconded. Any discussion of moving 6 before items 15 and 16 on the regular agenda? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. That brings us to consent agenda. Do we have to do that, or did we just do that?
No, we just did this, so now you can consider item number 6.
We will open item number 6 for discussion. And Mr. Armentrout.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Brock Armentrout, your Revenue Contracts Real Estate Manager. Item number 6 is to approve Resolution 8126 to authorize the appraisal of land located at the southwest quadrant of Spring Canyon Road at US Highway 95. Up in the overhead shows the approximate location, and if we do the next one, shows a better one. Delamar is constructing a battery energy storage facility on the 2 county islands that bracket this site, 10 acres on either side for a total of 20 acres. To connect the 2 locations, they require a 50-foot wide by approximately 350-foot long underground vault so that they can have a transmission line to interconnect the 2 sites. To establish the rate for that easement, we do need to have the land appraised by 2 independent appraisers. So Resolution 8126 will authorize staff to then obtain those appraisals, and then we will then come back at a later date with the easement agreement with the appropriate lease rate.
Any discussion?
I have a couple questions, Mayor. If we could get the map back up, please, Holly. Mr. Armentrout, could you please explain the outlines, the city limits, the county limits, the shaded in yellow, the shaded in green, and the underground easement location in that light brown color? If you could identify what's in what limits there for everybody, that would be appreciated.
Well, in the upper third of the map, identified as the city of Henderson, that's the orangish area. So that's their city limits. It's more or less runs right along Spring Canyon Road, except for the sections that are being developed by Delamar and the site known as Armorock, which develops polymer cast collars for sewer pipes. The uncolored areas outside the 2 Clark County areas are Boulder City. It's within our city limits, and we own all that land. The area that's in that lighter turquoise green color, while owned by Boulder City, is a BLM administered transmission line easement. That particular one is 3,000 feet wide and runs the length of the city limits from the point you see there down to the El Dorado substation and then down to our southwest city limits. And then on the lower far bottom right, you see kind of a green hatching area. That is including part of the BLM administered area as well as the majority of the El Dorado Valley. That's the desert tortoise habitat, also known as the Boulder City Conservation Easement. And then the underground easement location is located at the far east end of what historically has been thought of as a former runway for the ultralight gliders that used to operate in that area. And it's now also being included in item number 15 at a later discussion. Is that helpful?
So the areas above and below the red are a county island, basically.
Two small Clark County islands, that's correct.
And that red strip there then is that in the county island?
That's inside Boulder city limits.
Okay, so we have that little
Mhm.
strip there, which is kind of just an anomaly from the,
Dates back to
Limit
1995 when we
when we
purchased El Dorado
purchased.
Valley.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for explaining that.
And
Appreciate
that
it.
red polygon is approximately 10 acres in size.
Thank you.
Any other questions or observations? What's the desire of council?
Move to approve Resolution 8126.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion. Any discussion about approval? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Armentrout. That brings us to item number 15.
Yeah, me again. Again, Brock Armentrout. I'm your Revenue Contracts Real Estate Manager. This is for consideration Resolution 8130 to award the request for proposal for renewable energy projects. They're at the southwest corner of Spring Canyon Road and US 95, also bracketed by Drumport Way. They're on the west side. A bit of history: back in 2022, voters approved an amendment to the city charter to allow battery energy storage systems within the El Dorado Valley transfer area. For those who aren't familiar with where that's located, if you're familiar with the transmission lines that run from the Meade substation that go due west, there's approximately 6 of them. Everything south of that is the El Dorado Valley transfer area. It's approximately 167 square miles. So that has special charter restrictions, and then the voters in 2022 allow or approved adding BESS as an additional approved use within that area. Since 2022, staff has been looking, as we've been directed, to diversify our revenue stream for the city, alternate locations for battery energy storage systems. And we identified approximately 141 acres located at this location, and easier seen at this location, which is partially occupied by the former motocross site, and it's bracketed in one portion by the Clark County Islands, the city of Henderson to the north, the BLM administered transmission corridor to the southeast, and to the west is actually a combination of a Nevada Department of Transportation material site as well as a public safety training facility. The RFP was released in November and closed in February. We received 5 responses. After city staff evaluated the responses, there were 3 responses that did not conflict or overlap with each other. As they're identified on the screen, Primergy in the upper left, Rev Renewables on the right-hand side, and Ion, that triangular shaped piece there on the bottom. For reference, the Primergy proposal is proposing a lease rate of $20,000 per acre with an energy storage fee of $2,000 per megawatt of energy storage. They are proposing 500 megawatts of storage on site, and they are still looking for the appropriate interconnect location between the different substations of Meade, El Dorado, Marketplace, McCullough, and Sloan Canyon. Rev Renewables, also known as Delamar Energy Storage, is proposing to lease 10 acres at a lease rate of approximately $12,000 per acre with an energy storage fee of $2,000 per megawatt of energy storage. They're proposing to store 250 megawatts of storage. They already have an interconnect location at the El Dorado substation and will follow along the same circuit that will be constructed for their project that they're constructing that will bracket the site that we just discussed in the prior item. And last, Ion is proposing to lease approximately 60 acres. That's the purple on the map. And their overall proposed combined lease rate is $1.25 million. That's the lease rate plus battery energy storage. Up to 200 megawatts of storage with up to 5 megawatts of energy generation through photovoltaic panels. And they intend to connect to the grid through a loop connection through one of the passing transmission lines that locate within the BLM administered transmission corridor. Approval of the resolution does not approve leases. It only authorizes staff to enter negotiations with these three companies to come back at a later date with a negotiated lease for these three sites. And there will be three separate individual leases. That's all I have at this time. Are there any questions?
Questions?
I do. Thank you for the update, and thank you for the ride out in this area yesterday so I could physically see where this place is. Is there anybody here representing these companies?
Yes, there is.
I have a question for them in reference to emergency management. Can I
all
do
three
that,
companies?
or? Well, we'll start with Primergy.
Hi, Councilwoman. Nice.
Hi, good evening. You're proposing to put battery energy storage. You heard a lot about it today from our residents. My concern is emergency management. We have had a battery fire last year, I believe it was, and there was a lot that needed to be taken into consideration as far as land and signs. Are you prepared to look at the emergency management, work with the fire department, and come back to tell us just how you're going to prevent any type of emergency management hazards?
Yes, ma'am. We are the developers of Gemini Solar. It's one of the largest solar plus battery installations within the state, just located north of Las Vegas. We worked very closely in developing an emergency action plan and a subsequent response plan for that project with Clark County Fire Department that we will leverage in those, or take the lessons learned from that project and apply those with the coordination with Boulder City Fire Department.
Okay.
So we work very closely with first responders in developing those plans.
Okay. And I'm going to just ask you the question, are you, it looks like you're going to be here for 5 years. Is your intention to turn it into a data center?
No, not at this time, ma'am. It is I shouldn't say not at this time. No, it is a standalone battery facility, not a data center.
And how many batteries would be stored there?
For 500 megawatts, it really depends on the technology. I'd have to, the exact count, I'd have to double check with our engineering team for the exact battery count, but I can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Can you please provide your name for the record?
Yes, Christina Casares. I'm a Senior Director of Western Development for Primergy. Yep. Any other questions I can answer?
Any questions for them? So far.
This came up yesterday in our meeting, was who is going to be paying for the appraisals?
It's recovered through the lease payments by each of the individual lessees.
So the individuals will be paying for it, we'll bill them for the
It's part of the lease process.
part of the lease process. Okay, thank you very much.
Is Rev available?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nathan Murdoch. I'm the developer of the Delamar project for Rev Renewables.
Good evening. Just for the record, I wanted to know, what does your emergency management plan look like for this area? Should you be awarded down the road?
Yeah, so we've developed the two projects, or the two sites north and south of this Boulder City parcel. We've done that in coordination with the Clark County Fire Department, as well as I believe Brad Stasek at the Boulder City Fire Department. So we've already been in coordination with both fire departments in terms of the plan and the design as well. We have, sorry, that was, so we have water storage on site as well, and that came out of the coordination with the fire department groups. So we're very, conscious of the location, and in fact, Clark County has jurisdiction over 2 of those 3 parcels. However, because of proximity to Boulder City, it would actually be Boulder City responding most likely. So that's why we included Brad in those conversations with the Boulder City Fire Department. So In addition to that pre-development work and design work, we also do training with fire departments in locations where we put these systems. We've done that in California in multiple locations, and we find it very valuable and useful to do that. So that's something that will happen as well as part of the development as it comes closer to being online.
Okay, I noticed that your option period is for 1 year. What can you do in a year?
Well, that is interesting. We have the site to the north and the site to the south. They're on a much faster timeline because they've been through planning and design already. So we still have to do the lease agreement with Boulder City. So there's several things that still have to take place. So that will be part of the conversation and how the lease is structured, I guess, to accommodate for some of that timing.
And how many batteries will you have on site?
There'll be probably several hundred modules. It really comes down to like the prior
700 or
several hundred.
300? Okay.
Yeah, it really comes down to the design based on a specific technology. But to generalize maybe a little bit, the existing facility that is off of Highway 11, it'll effectively fundamentally be like that, maybe just a little bit bigger. And I think that maybe hundreds is. Each container has hundreds within it. So in terms of containers, if you're looking at it from the road and you're thinking, how many containers will there be? That's probably a better way of putting it.
Well, how many batteries in each container?
Oh, thousands and thousands, yeah.
Okay.
But in relation to the project that's off of the 11, it'll probably be about twice that size, roughly. But I'd have to go back and compare those two. But that's a rough idea.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. One other maybe comment that might be helpful. I've heard a few folks with concerns about data centers and these becoming data centers. We have no intent to turn ours into a data center. It's completely different hardware, by the way. It's either a battery storage system
Right.
or a data center system, and there's simply not room to do anything, but there's also not enough power available to support that at this location either. So and I'm happy to take questions with anybody that has, concerns about the area and what our plans are, but we're just doing the battery project. So.
Thank you. Maybe it would be prudent down the road if you had a town hall for our residents. They like asking questions.
Yeah, we could absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Don't go away.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions? So it seems to me when we were looking at our solar fields, for instance, and we look down in the valley, we see a white container, for lack of a better word of saying it, and it has about 10 megawatts. How many megawatts is your quote-unquote hundreds of batteries within a container? How many megawatts does it hold?
It depends on the design, of course, but I think between 2 and 5 megawatts per white container is probably a good ballpark figure.
Okay, so it's actually probably less than the individual white things we see down on our solar field.
Yeah, the white things that you see on the solar fields are inverters. They don't actually really store power, they just manage the power that's generated by the solar panels and convert it to alternating current to go onto the.
And they handle about 10 megawatts.
Yeah, that's a broader range, I think, for the inverters in solar farms. Over the 15, 20 years that those have been in development, the range is pretty broad. Those could be 1 megawatt, maybe up to 10. It's hard to say, but yeah, it's a little different for the inverters.
Appreciate it.
We have inverters too, by the way, coupled with our batteries that function similarly. So there will be containers for the batteries with more white boxes, I guess, that are inverters that function very similarly, converting AC to DC and all that. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No, other than I'd like to speak to ION, if they're available.
Like to what?
ION, the next company.
Good evening. My name is Bradley Boone. I'm a partner with Holland & Hart, which is a law firm in Las Vegas. I'm just one caveat, I'm a real estate lawyer, and I've been working with these guys for about 2.5 years on another project that they built in your fine community, the Rokaseca BESS project, but I'm probably not going to be prepared to answer too many engineering or technical questions, but I'm happy to follow up and get whatever information you need.
I think these three questions are pretty easy. Emergency management, I'm sure they're going to have something in place like the others and work with the fire department on that level.
Absolutely.
And you have no idea how many batteries will be on site. Okay, that's fine. And for the record, do you have any plans to move your battery energy storage into a data center?
No.
At this time,
no.
this 5 years?
No, our request is for a BESS project.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Armentrout?
I have a couple for Brock, Mr. Armentrout. Mr. Armentrout, can you, so council sits here and we see this agenda item come up just like everybody else in the city. So I think it's important to outline, how does this RFP process initiate? Who starts it? How is it identified? How do we end up where we're at sitting here today?
Well, as you're aware, Contracts Real Estate is within the finance department, and we're charged with diversifying the city's revenue stream. So we're constantly evaluating our city lands to determine how can we best utilize these lands to turn them into revenue for the city to minimize the other impacts that we have on our residents, such as higher property taxes. And as opportunities arise or technologies change, we evaluate those to see if they can be applied here in Boulder City. Early on, 20 years ago, the finance department had determined we could lease land for solar energy. Solar was very young in its life cycle across the country. And we were not the first, but one of the first to have a concentrated area of solar energy projects. Moving forward 15 years, now at 2 in the afternoon, they can't give solar away because there's a glut on the market in certain markets. And then we realized, well, there's battery energy storage to take that glut and turn it into an energy resource that they could then resell later in the evening. And that's when we initially started adding to our leases that they could also add battery storage, knowing that it would make their projects more marketable to sell solar energy or renewable energy to the different utility operators in California and Nevada. Then we came to the realization in 2022 when we had that ballot question that standalone projects can make money. And so since 2022, we've been working to identify locations within the city where battery energy storage facilities could operate. This was the first area that we brought forward. We have other areas that, as things mature, we'll be bringing forward at a later date to help diversify our revenue portfolio and take advantage of the technologies that are out there to help our national grid as well as our local energy needs.
Thank you. In brief summary, staff decides, hey, this looks like a marketable area. We're going to put out an RFP. Thank you.
I do have a bad habit of giving long answers.
No, I appreciate that. It was very thorough. And then in addition to that, the various battery energy storage systems that we've had go up in the last handful of years, where do they connect into the grid and where have they been sending their energy? Just generally speaking, I know there's a variety, but we have multiple substations down there, right, in the El Dorado Valley general area and some in the transfer area. And so up to this point, what have those BESS systems been doing? Where have they been connecting and where has that power been going?
The first operational BESS was at Townsite Solar. That's the one that's adjacent to I-11 that everyone sees, where we had that unfortunate incident last October. They interconnect at the El Dorado substation, and their power is delivered to SCAPA, the Southern California Area Power something. It's a bunch of small cities in Southern California that operate much like the Silver State Energy Association, but for the Los Angeles basin. And that's where that power goes. The next one that will come online here soon is the Rokaseca battery project, and they interconnect at the Sloan Canyon switchyard, which delivers power primarily to Southern California as well as to NV Energy and Valley Electric. Next coming online within the next couple of years is the Nelson Hills Energy Storage Project. That's on El Dorado Valley Drive, bracketed by the Nevada Solar One project and the Copper Mountain 2 project. We don't have an exact date, but they anticipate to start construction 2028, and they will interconnect via the NV Energy Merchant Station at Nevada Solar One to the El Dorado substation.
I think that's a good enough summary. Appreciate it. It goes to California, some to Nevada Valley Electric. I think
Hither and yon.
people need to understand it's Pahrump area, right, as well as NV Energy. And so did you have any nefarious intent to turn this into a data center?
I didn't even know data centers were a viable thing in 2022 when I started looking at the locations.
Right. I think that's important to identify. As we sit here and we consider diversifying our revenue stream for the community and looking at prudent financial stewardship and looking at how we manage the escalating costs for everything, I think it's important to realize that as city council sit here, we're not identifying sites for anything that anybody might dream up, but that we're talking about specifically these things right here as staff has presented to us. And then we have to unpack all that and consider what are the impacts to the community, positive and negative. How can we manage this in the best way so that everybody has their concerns alleviated, as well as strategically thinking forward into our future to preserve what we love about Boulder City, which is here, right? And without that, this is going to suffer. I think it's really important to delineate those particulars. I appreciate your answers to the questions. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I interject one thing?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to clarify that even before we get to the RFP process is where we started this. All of these projects have had to go through the land management process, because every parcel, if something is proposed for that parcel, must go through the land management process. So that is yet another layer, and then we do the RFP. And as we look at data centers, I think this other proposal, I think that is one thing that is being overlooked. That the other parcels that's where we are with them, is going through the land management process for a different use. Those parcels have been approved for battery storage, but there's no connection to a data center because they have to go through a separate process because it's two different uses, and that's where we are. And I just wanted to clarify that because I think it's getting a little bit lost. If any other proposal for a data center, for example, was successful through the LMP process, any of them would then again go through the RFP process. And that is something that we talked about last year. Again, I don't want to, I know this is separate, but I don't mean to bring any additional confusion to what we're looking at, but we, at the city at least, I just want to clarify for any of the residents who are concerned that there are a number of different, and we've said this over and over again, there are a number of different steps that this has to go through, all with a public input process that we go through each of those different steps.
Thank you for all the clarifications, both sides of me and in front of me. I think it's important for us to recognize we have done a 5-year plan. We did talk about being financially prudent for the community that we live in so that we can sustain the lowest power rates, the lowest property taxes. There's a lot that we truly enjoy here in Boulder City, and a lot of it comes from the revenues of people long before me or any of us sitting in this chair with forethought on what to do. I think it's very interesting. I sit on a couple of boards, Clark County School District being one of them for facilities, talking about the crashes in 2008 and how it affects people. We've been very blessed that solar and other projects out in that valley kept us at the level that we didn't feel it like other places did, and we're very blessed. So I think what the staff's intent is to follow the 5-year plan like we've asked them to, and that is to diversify revenue. And to your point, yes, it comes to us about the same time that it comes to everyone else. There's nothing behind the scenes that we are either doing or trying to do to make something happen. We live in this community too. We love this community. We love where we live. And our intent is to look through it with a fine-tooth comb, probably much to staff's chagrin sometimes. We've been on this dog breeding ordinance for, Tammy McKay said 7 times now. So we really do look at things with an eye forward to your thoughts, your concerns, with no intentions other than what you see. So with that being said, I love the idea that you said we took it to the voters and asked them, can we do this in the valley? Battery energy storage. They said yes. That's why we're doing this. You said yes. So we said, okay. And that's what we're doing. And it's for us to be able to provide a diversification of revenue so we're not stuck just with one source if something happened to that one source. Secondly, we did learn something when we had the battery fire. We learned that resources needed to go towards that. And I don't know if City Attorney would speak to what we've done since then to ensure that that goes well.
Yes, in this RFP, we included a fire safety assessment fee to help compensate the city for the increased risk and to compensate our public safety response. In addition to that, we also bolstered the terms that we include in our template leases that we've already implemented in some leases to have indemnification for all costs to the city, mutual aid, as well as they have to work with the fire department to install fire suppression that's satisfactory to the fire code and the fire department's requirements. So we have bolstered those provisions to improve fire safety and response.
My mom used to say, live and learn, live and learned. And we've put in place some stopgaps that help us to be able to conquer anything of that nature in the future. Hopefully not to have it, but maybe preventative is better than having to be restorative, right? So I appreciate staff for doing that also. So when I consider something like this, I look at this as the area that it's been zoned for. The community has said, yes, we can do this. I don't think the answer given by any one of these individuals coming up, they didn't have any intent with data centers. So it's not our intent, it's not their intent. So I just think that gets crossed off the board when that happens. So thank you.
Thank you. I guess I may be a little simplistic when I say if we don't have energy produced, California doesn't keep their air conditioners on, because that's where we send it. And so and then I have to give a shout out to our fire department, because when that fire happened, we had just done the tabletop organization. We had all the agencies involved, and it was done exactly the way we wanted it to be done. And it was very well planned out even before it happened. And so all of these batteries that we talk about, we actually know what to do and how to intervene with anything that happens at them. So I have to say our fire department worked with other fire departments to their credit. And so we know what we're doing. When I say we, I take credit for all that because I'm the mayor. I mean, it really does. Kudos for our fire department and all those that worked with them. Have we beat that horse?
If there's no other discussion, I'll move to approve Resolution 8130, item 15.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. It's unanimous. That brings us then to number 16.
Number 16 is very similar to item 15. And as our city manager mentioned earlier, this site has also been through the land management process, also the rezoning process with the Planning Commission many years ago. Back in November, we released an RFP to lease approximately 1,200 acres for a renewable energy project. In February, the RFP closed and we received 10 responses, all very good responses. After evaluation, the top 3 responses were invited to come and do a presentation to the evaluation committee. And after a lot of discussion and number crunching, we determined that RWE was the best response for the city to award the RFP. RWE is a German company. They have many assets within the United States as well as within Europe. They're also currently the parent company for Copper Mountain 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all within the El Dorado Valley. On the map that's on the screen right there, that happens to be Copper Mountain 3, that's in red. The site is approximately 1,200 acres. It is at the upper reaches of the area locally known as Dutchman's Pass. We also know it as Black Hills North. The RFP advertised a minimum lease rate at $14.50 per acre per year with a minimum battery energy storage fee of $2,000 per megawatt per year, along with a fire safety fee. RWE proposed in their RFP that they would lease the land at $2,300 per acre, which is more than $14.50 per acre, and a battery energy storage fee of $2,100 per megawatt of storage, which again is more than the minimum listed on the RFP. They intend to generate up to 250 megawatts of renewable energy through photovoltaic and store up to 250 megawatts through BESS. The interconnection location is at the Copper Mountain 3 switchyard, which does allow them to take it to market faster than many of the other responses. And they do anticipate to be online by fiscal 28 if they can sign a power purchase agreement in the very near future. Again, the award in the RFP does not award a contract. It awards the right to negotiate a contract, which I'm sure they will be doing here shortly. Some financial terms. In fiscal year 30, assuming this does go forward and they're developing online in 28 or 29, it's expected to generate just under $3.9 million to the city's funds. By fiscal 2050, the life of the project, or not the life of the project, but through 2050, they will have generated just over $81 million for the city for revenue from this site. So again, it's another way that we can help diversify our revenue stream through a stable energy source. And as the mayor mentioned, or maybe Ms. Jerkins mentioned, when the entities in the valley had a problem with the COVID pandemic, our revenue stream stayed nice and stable because these leases are high performers. And as the mayor mentioned, California likes to keep their air conditioners on. So it's a good, stable resource for the city for revenue. So staff is recommending that we award the RFP to RWE and that the resolution 8131 be approved. They do have representatives here if you have questions. And I can also answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Armentrout?
I don't.
Questions for anybody else who's here with whatever it was,
Black
the
Hills.
initials? RWE. Anyone have questions for them? Any discussion, questions at all? I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve 8131.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you. That brings us to the start of the regular agenda, back to number 7. Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, councilors. Fire Chief Ken Morgan. I brought item number 7 to you from a staff report. Title 6 of the Boulder City Code establishes fire safety requirements in the community to To ensure consistency with neighboring Southern Nevada jurisdictions, staff proposes updating these regulations by adopting the 2024 International Fire Code, which would replace the current 2018 edition. Additionally, new sections regarding enforcement and appeals are incorporated to align with the city's current administrative process for code violations, ensuring a standard procedure and a clear path for administrative review.
Questions?
No.
Comments? I'll accept a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve Bill 2099.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And brings us to number 8. Mr. Mays.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy, members of City Council. I'm Michael Mays, your Deputy City Manager. Currently, truck rentals are not a permitted use in the C2 zone. You'll see on the screen, this map reflects the current properties that are zoned C2, which is our general commercial zone. John Malaya would like to open a truck rental business at 901 Walnut Drive and has submitted a text amendment application to add truck rentals as a permitted use in the C2 zoning district. Looking at other Southern Nevada jurisdictions, the use is permitted either as permitted by right or as a conditional use in similar commercial zoning districts. This info is provided in the staff report. Truck rental is already a permitted use in the city's commercial manufacturing zoning district. Permitting truck rentals would be subject to trucks not exceeding 30 feet in length and must be parked on premises. The proposed text amendment was heard by the Planning Commission on March 18th, and they recommended approval with a vote of 6-0. Staff requests that the City Council hold a public hearing and consider Bill 2100, subject to the findings that are contained within the bill. And with that, staff and the applicant can answer any questions the council has.
Okay, any questions?
No.
Okay, no questions. That brings us to, then we can open the public hearing. Anyone who would like to address the zoning ordinance text amendment on item number 8, welcome to do that, or call in at 702-589-9629. This is a public hearing and anyone can come forth and address this particular item. 702-589-9629. Anyone would like to call in or here in chambers? Anyone on the phone line? Madam City Clerk, I don't see anyone in chambers. I will close the public hearing and look for consideration of bill number 2100 then. Discussion.
Mayor, if I might, the applicant is here and maybe he has a desire to say something to us. I don't want to overstep, but it'd be great to hear from him.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is John Mayella, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have for me. This is just basically part of U-Haul's neighborhood truck rental program, so we're looking to partner with them. And again, this would be truck rentals contained within the property and not to exceed 30 feet. So just a supplemental revenue stream for our business.
Could you make it more complicated than that?
I'll try.
Yeah, he was here, and give him his 5 minutes of fame, so to speak, and appreciate the applicant being here and being interested in. Really, it would be a service offered to our residents, and I think the location, as we look at the other types of zoning in throughout the valley, it there's no conflict there, no contradiction with what the use would be based on the zoning. And so, yeah, I just want to give you a moment to come up and say hello to the council and say whatever you might want to. So, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
I'd like to add to that too. We always say here that we like to shop local and don't have to go over the hill, and this is yet another service that we'll have. So thank you for your considerations for our town.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, or can I accept a motion?
Move to approve number 2100, subject to the findings.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mays. We're on to number 9.
So in the mobile home park zone, or what we refer to as the MP, only mobile homes and tiny homes are permitted. Kim and Lori Humphreys, park managers for Moore's Mobile Home Park, have submitted a text amendment application to add RVs as a permitted use in the MP zoning district. You'll see on the screen that we have 3 areas that are designated MP zoning within the community. These constitute 3 mobile home parks. Looking at other southern Nevada jurisdictions, RV uses, just like within Boulder City, are permitted within specifically designated RV zones. However, we could not find one that allowed RVs within a mobile home zoning district. The proposed text amendment was heard by the Planning Commission on March 18th, and they recommended approval of this text amendment with a vote of 5-1. We have provided additional information to the council and to the community. It's at the back. That provides definitions for RV vehicles, manufactured homes, mobile homes, and tiny homes. And also it's important to point out that this text amendment would require, if approved, that the RVs would have to follow the same setback density requirements as the mobile home and tiny homes that are already permitted within this zoning district. Staff requests that the council hold a public hearing and consider bill number 2101, subject to the findings listed in the bill. And again, staff and the applicant are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have a disclosure first.
I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 2881A that I manage El Dorado Mobile Home Park and was involved in the application of this item. Because this is a relationship under Nevada ethics law that would likely impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my situation, I will be abstaining on this item.
Thank you. So noted. And then we could open up the public hearing at this time if there's no other comments. We'll open up.
Mayor, I have a couple questions, please, before Mr. Mays steps down. You had a map up there of the 3 mobile park areas. Could we identify them, please?
So you have the one that is at the western end, or the left end of the map, that is Gingerwood.
Okay.
And then the other 2 are along Elm, which is Moore's, the applicant, and adjacent to that is the name escapes me.
The one across the street.
Thank you very much. So you will note that there is a 3rd parcel shown on the map. It looks like an outlier. That was part of an old mobile home park that is no longer there when the cottages were developed. It's a remainder. It will never be developed as a mobile home park. It's city-owned land. So we have 3 mobile home parks, and that's what's reflected on the map.
Okay, thank you. And then we have mobile home park, which is MP. Then we have mobile home estates.
Correct.
Right. Could you differentiate that for us and help us understand the difference?
Sure. So with mobile home parks, the land is owned by a single owner. and then they rent the spaces to the mobile home owners. Mobile home estates, the lots are individually owned by the property owners, and they have their mobile homes on those lots. And it's important to point out that this text amendment will not impact mobile home estates, only the mobile home park.
Excuse me, if I read the back page, or the second page, if you will, the real estate tax or property tax, and I haven't had a time to really digest it, so you're going to help me here. If you don't own the land upon which your mobile home sits, it's not listed then as real property, it's just personal property, and no property tax is assessed.
Correct. It'd have to be permanently affixed to the land.
Okay, plus permanent affixation.
Mhm.
So when we go to, and just as a, clarification, mobile home estates, those are owned by the individual lot owners, not a bigger company or individual, right? And if somebody owns the land and they put their mobile home on it and it's permanently affixed, then property tax is assessed on those.
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, we're not talking back to the original, what we're talking about here. There's no property tax implication because the individuals don't own the lots.
Yeah, there's no individual lots. It's one lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the clarification of that. I appreciate that. Mayor, I think those are the only questions I have for Mr. Mays right now.
So we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone here or online, 702-589-9629. Go ahead. It's in public hearing right now.
Good afternoon again. My name is Lori Humphreys. I've been the manager at Moore's Mobile Home Park for 13 years, going on 13 years, of which I took over from my mother-in-law, who ran it for 23 years before she passed. We came into the park and we worked very diligently and hard in the first 3 years to clean and remove the unwanted, necessary disasters that were going on that were being hindered into the city of Boulder City. We found to make it an appropriate mobile home park. And we did find in that time, we removed 14 to 15 mobile homes, travel trailers that were in despair, that were no longer eligible or felt that they were eligible to live in for persons, and worked very hard in cleaning that park. So we take great pride in it. We take great pride when we see people come back and tell us, oh my gosh, I have people that have returned that lived there 15, 20 years ago, how the park has been cleaned up and that they enjoy living there. In the upper park, which was questioned in our paperwork originally on the 28th, I was asked how many were mobile homes and how many were fifth wheels or travel trailers. I've since done that. There are 58 lots in what we call our upper park, where the office is located, which was originally the KOA camp that was started in 1947. And since then, there are travel trailers, or what they referred to then as park models. They were 30-foot, 8 by 10, 8 or 10-foot by 30-foot, considered park models that they put into mobile home parks. They're bumper pull trailers is what they're called today. So in our park, out of the 58, we have 34 fifth wheels and travel trailers that are in our park. Some have been there for 15, 20 years or longer. Mobile homes and trailers that were there on the larger lots towards the back of our park only exist at 21. Again, when a trailer becomes, either the person is deceased or the person wishes to sell, they're locating. We evaluate, we make sure that this trailer is worth remaining on the property and is safe. So in that's 58 lots that are up there on that park. Most of them are still cut very small to accommodate a 30-foot, 8 by 30 foot. Okay, some of them are 40, some of them are 50. In the moment, Moore's does not permit motorhomes, campers with shells, pop-up tents, or tents. We only permit trailers or bumper pools that are 2018 or newer to help us comply with electrical issues or these situations. Fifth wheels, 30 foot or longer are permitted, or bumper pools, 30 foot or more. They must submit an application for approval to live in the park. Their vehicle that they want to bring in has to be approved to be there. Proof of income must show that they have 3 times the monthly rent to accommodate the rent there, which is very low. And show current ID, pass a background check. So this is very, very strict in what we're doing to try to maintain a clean environment here in Boulder City and protect the people that already live here and the people that have been living in Moore's Mobile Home Park for 60 years. I have a few of them. With that, they're required like the mobile homes, as the gentleman spoke. They are required in our park to hard plumb to the sewer system, of which they are required to skirt to the home, skirting around the home, T111, to protect the underneath, just like all the other mobile home park trailers in the park. Required to submit a copy of insurance of liability and property damage for anything in the park and maintain that insurance. They're given notices 30 days prior to expiration. They must have it. Required to pay county taxes every year. They're on the county tax roll. I work very hard with the county office to make sure any fifth wheels or bumper pools coming into our park get a paper that say they still have to pay county taxes. And I give them the information and what they need to do to go to the county assessor to maintain that in that perspective of getting their taxes and not worrying about any of that. They're on the roll call, and so far we've done really good of maintaining that and keeping the county taxes going. So our argument is basically, if Moore's is not permitted to continue with fifth wheels and bumper pull trailers to fill our lots as they come in, as they go out, this will cause lost revenue to the park and mainly hurt the people that exist there already. This in turn will force lot rents to increase more frequently than a current rate of every 3 years. Moore's has only raised rent every 3 years. This one is 25. In 3 years, that's $5 a year. And this last rent didn't even occur 5 years. So it's keeping the rent affordable. The highest rent is $430 a month there for our upper area. Our bigger trailers, $415 and $405. That keeps my people that worry about being just on Social Security, disability, and we do have quite a few veterans in my park and quite a few seniors in my park. And they worry every day when they hear that rent's going to go up. They don't know where they're going to live. They don't know what they're going to do other than they can pull their trailer to the desert and hope they can maintain. So this is why we are asking that they understand that we keep a tight rein on what we allow and what we work with. And we would like to still continue to bring our bumper poles and our fifth wheels into the park as long as they maintain the same rules that we have. We found it works. Okay? Any questions?
Who pays the power?
Moore's Mobile Home Park does.
So you have 1 meter that pays for everybody?
Correct.
I'm Kim Humphreys, and I'm
So,
going,
so this is a public hearing. You're welcome to come forward.
Yes, under the power, each individual tenant pays for their own power through Boulder City Power, as well as each individual tenant has a U.S. post box, mailbox, which is all integrated to the Boulder City Post Office. And it has been that way 40, 50, 60 years.
So I guess the confusion that I have now, the tenant pays the power based on how much power they use, or just
Correct.
pays each power?
Each tenant has a meter that is based through Boulder City Power that they pay for their own power.
So the park doesn't pay for the power?
We
No.
pay the water,
We pay the water.
the sewer, and the trash.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing, anyone else like to come forward and say anything? Thank you. We'll have you step away.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Smith again for the record. I would just like to support this amendment to the code to allow RVs for use in a mobile home park. I think we could probably all agree that not a lot of us would choose to live in a mobile home park if we could afford a space at Lake Mead Estates, for example. I think that if minimum standards are met, as in maybe these RVs are required to remain registered, drivable, roadworthy, I think allowing them to be introduced into a mobile home park would be like no problem. I think, I mean, there's some $1 million rigs out there. I wish I could afford one. And the park one in a mobile home would be useful to any number of people. But I don't want to see what has happened, say in the past in places like Los Angeles where they relaxed the laws during like COVID, for example, and it was a free-for-all. You know, these things didn't run, they weren't registered, they parked in the street, nobody could get rid of them. People were paying millions of dollars to live in houses 50 feet away, but they had vehicles that actually had to be towed into spots because they didn't actually run. But I think as a function, everybody needs a place to live. Everybody deserves a place to live. And if this helps that cause, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the line? 702-589-9629. Anyone else here in chambers want to come forward? Seeing no one in chambers, no one on the line, we will close the public hearing and come back to council. Thoughts from council, please.
Can I ask a question, or just, this is just among us? For the owner? So is this a trend that you're seeing across the nation, or is this something that you just thought up yourself because there was a need? I understand that there was a fire, then somebody put an RV there. So was there a need to do this, or is this a trend?
Well, since COVID, excuse me, since COVID, it's become pretty much that people have invested in buying fifth wheels and bumper pools to live in because they found it easily with being able to get into a park like that and stay. But our park has always been that way since 1947. That was where people came in with their bumper pools and their little trailers. They worked at the dam, they worked all over, and the park evolved from there. Mr. Moore then bought property that extended to 2nd Street that became as mobile homes and brought in single wide 60-foot. And then our next third street was expanded, and they brought in the double wides, and those lots were. So it became under one entity, the upper park, the lower park. But the upper park has always remained with bumper pools and fifth wheels, of which I have some very, very nice ones in there.
The other question I have is, because it's an RV, they could come and go. Do they lease the land for a certain amount of time, a year, 2 years?
Yes, ma'am. The lease is actually a month-to-month lease agreement. It gives them the opportunity, we do ask them, and most of them that choose to come in, stay a year, 2 years, maybe longer, because they have to invest in T111, which is like $56 a sheet now, and add 8 sheets to do skirting. They maintain it. So we have, I can't tell you, they stay. I have very few people that move on. Usually they're for at least 2 years, and do very well, unless they get relocated. This just allows them to take the skirting down. They repurpose it maybe to somebody else new in the park coming in, and they are able to travel. We just had a couple that left to go do campgrounds up north in Montana that they got a job.
So like
in.
snowbirds, they could come and go, but
So they
actually...
can come in, they're in their homes, and a lot of people have downsized, sold their homes, take a fifth wheel, and they're able to travel and stay for a certain length of time. I have the gentlemen that work for the rescue out at our Lake Mead and Marina that make and come every year to me and stay in the certain lot every year.
Do you have any opposition from any of the other residents, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and the last question I had was, it sounds like this could be good for, I guess if this gets approved tonight, it covers all the mobile home areas in both the cities, the 3 that were up on the map anyway, the 3. So it sounds like it's a good thing for housing shortage.
There's not lots available very often. I just got another lot out of almost 2 years. I haven't had any empty spaces, which makes it good revenue. They become part of the city. They support our restaurants and everything within our city. Take part in our lake and enjoy the things that are there. And they either stay there or they move on. Or they find. And the same thing with parents or grandparents coming to help children and survive with a new baby or whatever. It allows them the opportunity not to have to worry about their own personal belongings and have their own space and not worry about that high rent or those issues.
Well, thank you. You sound like a good owner. And I look forward to hearing if my other members have questions, but thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Okay.
Anyone have any questions? We have somebody on there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing, go ahead.
It's David Pitterman, and I saw about those cars that had to be removed. Instead of scrapping them, how about let students work on them to learn how to be mechanics, and so that way we don't become a waste.
Thank you.
In redeveloping for the mobile home or trailer parks, how about solar panels and windmills for generating electricity? That look in the manufacturing company Luz, L-U-Z. And it has a battery pack, so there's plenty enough to use when it's not windy and even during nighttime that I'm trying to put together to make sure that nobody abuses it, or dogs that were mentioned, leaving droppings, that people don't clean up after their pets and animals, no matter what animal it is, whether it's dog, cat, or any other animal. How about surveillance cameras in the parks with sound pickup that look at Polaroid models, because that sound pickup, of course, could be pulled up by date and time. That way they him or her clean up after him or herself as respecting the park and other properties. Like I don't want anybody to do that on my property, like you don't want to do on your property, like treat with respect. And I have one more last thing. To save room on land, could have a 10-story building like low-income housing with a set of solar panels per floor with mirrors directing sunlight. Even a solar yard, if there's something blocking the sun, the mountains or the rock, how about have mirrors that look into Luz, L-U-Z, this manufacturing company, with solar panels. They also make mirrors to go with it as well that look into this. Even for high-rise, even for pumping systems, look at ones that don't rust and rot, and digging wells also as well, if you need water. Pitterman is spelled, my last name is spelled Peace and Penguin, Itterman. David, D-A-V-I-D is my first name.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And thank you very much.
Welcome.
And I haven't been to Boulder City in a long time. I'd like to go there. And next to Interstate 11, they should have a county police station like Metropolitan Police to patrol the freeways between Boulder City and Hoover Dam. Should have a police station. Even one Metro Police should also, as well as Boulder City Police, show that they are the county police so residents understand.
Okay, we will close public comment or public hearing for this. And then what is the desire of council?
Mr. Mayor, I've got questions for our community development assistant city manager / whatever else we want to call him. Could you elaborate, please, on as the manager had indicated, this was a KOA, and this was news to me, so thanks for the education, the historical education. I wasn't here in 1947. It was a KOA, and then there was apparently a zoning modification, either by request or whatever. Do we have any information on that and how we ended up where we are today, please?
Yeah, in 1984, the city amended the zoning designation for that property. It was previously T-trailer zone, and that did allow for RVs. But in the 84 amendment, it excluded RVs and was just for mobile homes.
Was the entirety of the park from the original time to 1984, whenever, was it just that footprint? Because I see there's kind of three sections, as the manager had indicated. There's an entrance only off of Cottonwood. Then there's that main entrance that runs between Elm and Cottonwood. And then this upper part. Did I describe that right? Okay, so was it just the upper part in 1984, or did these other sections exist? One or two of the three, or all three? How do we get to where we're at?
Well, it's my understanding that all three parts were a part of the park in 1984, that hadn't changed. And I would ask the applicant to verify that.
That is correct, all three parks. As in 47, the park started in the 50s. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, take it up. I'm sorry. In 47, the park started. In the 50s, they expanded from to what was known as 2nd Street. If you look on your city map, you'll see that 2nd Street is part of your city map. 1st Street is the upper park. 3rd Street is part of your city map. In the 60s, they expanded into 3rd Street and developed all of that land down there. So in 84, it all would have been one entity.
Okay, thank you. That answered that question. Thank you, Mr. Mays. That was for you, and I have questions for the manager now. If Mayor, if we can bring the manager up, please. Sorry. I'll try to keep them somewhat relevant as I move through the progression, but I can't please don't hold me accountable to all that. Are any mobile homes anywhere within the park owned by the ownership and then leased not only just with the lot, but also with the mobile home? Or are the mobile homes all personally, privately owned?
Correct. We are owner occupied. The only time that Moore's Mobile Home Park will go onto a mobile home is when it became a lien sale. They were in default of payment. It goes to lien sale. It is then not bought by anybody. It goes to Moore's. Moore's turns around and resells it.
Okay, thank you.
After it's been evaluated to
Sure.
make sure it's worth
Or
reselling.
demolished.
Or it's demolished.
Or
Yeah,
hauled off,
about-
whatever you do, yeah.
About $10,000 to go to the dump with it.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the upper part here.
Sure.
It looks like I might see some I'm looking on Google Earth.
No, go ahead.
Are there some single wides up in that upper section that are qualified as mobile homes?
Yes, there are 21 single wides.
Okay.
They vary in size, and I have a listing with me, so that's how I did, that I report to county on county sheet. They require manufactured home, and I have them. That's how I got them. They're listed as, are they registered through DMV or manufactured housing, along with their serial numbers or VIN numbers. And so I counted them up. I brought my evidence here. 34 of them are fifth wheels or bumper pulls. Some of them, like I said, have existed in my park there for 25 to 30 years.
Or more.
Or more.
We've got couple of them that were manufactured back in the 50s.
The
Okay.
mobile homes.
Because I was going to ask you, because you said the RVs
Yeah,
had to be 2018 or newer, but.
Mobile
yeah.
homes and trailers that exist there are 21
Okay, thank you.
single wides.
Thank you. It looks like if somebody wanted to put a mobile home in the upper part, it looks like you couldn't even get a semi with a mobile home on it to bring it in there. Is that a fair statement?
Very fair.
It's pretty hard.
Yeah, it looks like it would be,
Even getting them demolished, the ones that
Yeah.
we did take
Okay.
out, was a lot of maneuvering without damaging anything to get them out.
okay, thank you. Has anybody, since the tiny home designation was created and allowed, has anybody ever approached management about a tiny home on any lot there?
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. Manufactured housing and Boulder City rules have two different ideas. Manufactured housing says there's no rulings and regulations by them for tiny homes. They will not allow them in the park. Boulder City has, yes, tiny homes is listed in your paperwork here, your rules and regulations.
I
So,
don't understand the conflict there. Is this something the city attorney needs to weigh in on, or city
I
manager?
could be, I'm not quite sure.
Or assistant city manager?
But we do not allow at this time, we have not allowed.
So the
tiny homes.
CCNRs, you're saying,
Come this way just a
or the HOA, whatever it is that governs, doesn't allow tiny homes in Moore's Mobile Home Park?
Manufactured housing, the state, at our last class stated to us, we cannot allow.
Okay. So I'll ask our
homes.
assistant city manager
Sure.
to elaborate. Thank you for that. But stand by if you don't mind.
I think what they're hearing is that because mobile homes are regulated by the state, and all permits go through the state, the city doesn't regulate that. Tiny homes would need to get building permits from the city. And so for the manufactured housing industry and the state regulations, they won't review and approve tiny homes. That would need to come to the city. And so certainly we would be happy to work with anybody who is interested in putting a tiny home in any of the mobile home parks, because that was the intent when it was added a couple of years ago.
All right, thank you. So it sounds like, thank you, and I'm going to come back to management. Mayor, thank you for your forbearance on this. I hope I'm not wandering
You're
too
okay.
far off. So does the HOA or the governing covenants
We
and
would
restrictions?
love to have tiny homes in
Okay,
there.
okay. So that said, tiny homes, if somebody chose to lease a space and to then say, we want to put a tiny home, we're going to go through the city and we're going to get the building permits and we're going to build a tiny home, that's okay as with Moores, right? Okay, thank you for that. Now, if somebody wants to have an RV, we'll call it, anywhere in the park, they have to put skirting around the bottom,
Yes, sir.
right? So to a certain extent, while it can be modified to add skirting, it would also have to be modified to remove it. So there is a certain amount of steps that would need to be taken to return it to mobile or movable, right? I mean,
Correct.
it still would have
Yeah.
somebody could take the wheels off if they want to once it's skirted, right? So it would become essentially,
And surprisingly enough, I would say 90% plus of all mobile homes in the park right now still have the wheels on them.
okay, even with the skirting around
Even
the.
with the skirting
You're
on.
talking mobile home, oops, excuse me.
Correct.
Not just
Not-
RVs, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So, referring to them being, tires being removed, I think we've pulled 2 trailers out of the park, mobile homes themselves, that did not have tires on them.
Yeah.
Everything else, tires.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if I have more questions for.
While you're thinking, so the state regulates,
Correct.
the county taxes. Shake your head, what do they tax? Personal property tax?
Personal property, just like your car.
And then the city regulates according to our zoning.
Correct.
Correct.
Merry Christmas, you got 3 people regulating you.
I'd also like to add too that Moores is responsible, what I was going to say before when you asked me about electricity. If a tenant leaves and doesn't pay their electric bill and the debt is left, I can't rent that lot until I pay Boulder Power. So some of my bills have been $700, $400, and so we have to pay that fee in order to re-rent that lot and make it accessible for another tenant. So we eat that cost. We stay in great connection with Brady and the power section of Boulder City and maintain constantly if somebody's behind what we're watching, so to protect those dollars.
So do you repossess if they don't pay their power bill?
I cannot do that.
Okay.
No. No, we can only go in, and if they don't pay their lot rent,
That's
then we have to serve, just like in a regular eviction,
10-day.
appear in court after a period of time, and then it's up to the judge if he's going to allow us to evict them out of the park. And then if they don't pay their power bill, we're stuck with the power bill.
And you can evict the person, which is a process in and of
Correct.
itself.
It's a process in its own. It's not like an apartment complex or a house where you can give them a 5-day evict and they're out. It actually takes up to 3 to 4 months to get somebody out of the house.
And you have to leave the power and the water on. You cannot mess with the utilities at all. They remain with utilities till we go to court and the judge says you're out in X amount of days. So when those X amount of days occur and they're done, then we can turn off the utilities.
And the eviction is not just you have to leave the structure, but you have to take the structure with you.
If it's a travel trailer, they
Trailer,
have to
right.
take the structure with you, because under DMV laws, we can't lien a travel trailer. You can lien a mobile home because that's a different avenue. That's through the state titling, whereas a travel trailer is through DMV.
I'm glad I'm not in the legislature still. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I had other comments, but not questions for the management, so I'll wait until it comes back up. Thank you.
Got it all?
Thank you for
Good.
coming back up.
Thank you.
Discussion then? Questions of Mr. Mays or?
Well, it looks like I have the most things to share here. I'm struggling with the regulation that we have in ordinance, and I might need the city attorney to do some recitation for us. We currently have an ordinance that says you can't occupy an RV for greater than 180 days, or for more than 180 days straight. And I don't know if it's within a year period or whatever, but are you prepared to clarify that, city attorney, for council?
Sure. Are you referring to section 11.8.6?
That's exactly the section I had memorized. Thank you.
So 11.8.6 does limit recreational vehicle occupancy, but that is within the recreational vehicle zone.
Okay, and that's kind of where we ended up. We addressed this issue when I think I might have been on the planning commission at the time, but we have 2 recreational vehicle parks off of industrial. And one is ownership by the overall company or LLC, we'll call it, and one, each lot is individually owned by the RV occupant. And that was never intended. I think there was an unintended consequence when that land was, because that land was sold. And I don't remember the name of that park. Can anybody help me with the name so we all know?
Michael, can you?
Boulder Oaks. Boulder Oaks. Thank you. Boulder Oaks is individually owned. Each RV lot is individually owned. And then, of course, what is happening here at Moores, or has been, is exactly what happened there that was not intended. The people bought their little parcel, they moved their RV on it, and then it became their permanent residence. And that was not what was intended for RV occupancy. And then at some point, the ordinance was passed that you can't occupy your RV for greater than 180 days, which you leave for 2 hours or 1 day or whatever, and then that 180 days resets. So that's basically an unenforceable kind of thing we have floating out there. But the other RV park is owned by the larger LLC, and therefore they're not allowed to stay for greater than that period of time, or the expectation is that they're not, because it's transient by nature. And so knowing that history, the intent certainly with RV occupancy is that it's transient and not permanent. And so we have the RV zones that are intended and designed and zoned for that RV transient occupation. Now, we know Boulder Oaks, they kind of work around that inadvertently, but certainly not intentionally, and the code was attempted to address that. So what we're talking about here is creating in a mobile home or a mobile park zoned area permanent occupancy in an RV. And none of that is congruent with any of the zoning or the intent of the zoning that we have established with RV areas, not permanent, transient by nature, yet here permanent in an RV. And what we're being asked to do is to change the code for all mobile home park zoned areas, not just Moores, not a conditional use permit, not a variance, but to change the code. So for me, and let me step back. Thank you for doing such a great job of managing that park. And I think that needs to be noted because it can quickly run away from management. We've seen that all over anywhere you go. And so for manager to proactively take kind of charge of what's going on there and, in your words, create a clean environment is laudable. Thank you. And that needs to be stated, and we appreciate that and your investment in energy and time in the community for that reason. Thank you for that. And certainly these comments as I'm going around this has no reflection on the appreciation we have or the need for affordable housing. I'm just trying to reconcile our codes here and what the intents are. So I'll get to the chase, Mayor. While I could be wrong off of 100%, it looks like the majority of the lower Second and Third Streets are mobile homes. Okay, and so we're really just talking about the upper park. Thank you, which makes my statement a lot easier. I would rather see us perhaps not change the language of the code, but come back if the applicant's willing and consider a rezoning of that little parcel to RV and create an RV park there that's not a mobile home park. Because to change the code, to me, feels incongruent with everything else we have going on with RV parks as meant as transient, and this mobile home park with these RVs that are there that have to comply with certain regulations that make it a little less, I'm staying for 2 or 3 nights or 2 weeks and then I'm going to hook it back up and I'm on the go. These are pretty permanent. While I'm not in favor of skirting around that particular ordinance we have that mentions the 180 days, the fact is that's happening. And for my flavor here, Mayor, and I'll end on this, I'd rather see us readdress this as parceling out that little section for RV than changing the entire code for all of the mobile park estates. So I'll finish my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your comments have been very wise. I think what we're doing is we're listening to something that's bigger than all of this and how it affects other places in the city. I feel very uncomfortable saying, let's do this tonight when I don't have all the information and how it affects other places in the city. I think that's my concern. And I guess I would open that up to the council because it's up to us now what we want to do.
If I'm seeing what's presented to us tonight, it seems to me that based on whoever's managing is how it's going to look, and where I have complete confidence in your ability to manage your park as you have and to continue. It doesn't secure the fact that somewhere else or at some other time it couldn't, so it'd be kind of subjective over time how that was managed and how it looked. Whereas if we created an actual zone change in there for that, then that gives it a little bit more structure, as opposed to opening that up to the entire 3 parcels of land that are like that. That feels more comfortable to me than what we have sitting before us right now, simply because it feels to me that, just like you said, we have the 180 days. We've got people who are in mobile homes that have to that are in RVs that have to get up and leave out of one section. Then we have some here. I think we need to really dive just a little bit deeper and possibly look at this as opposed to making it a permanent change within this zoning area. Maybe consider it for a different zoning area.
Are any of the managers from the other 2 properties here? So we would be speaking for them, and we haven't heard from them. My question last time was about the residents, but maybe I should have broadened that to the other managers as well. What do they think about this change?
I'm going to get
So in saying that, it probably would be prudent to come back and maybe hear from them as well.
I think in a public meeting, we obviously have to have this in a public discussion, and I don't think we are prepared to make a overall change that affects people that we don't know what we are. Now, I see somebody at the podium for a reason, obviously. So I'm going to ask my attorney.
Yeah, I believe Councilwoman Booth previously disclosed she manages El Dorado, and as a manager of El Dorado, I think she's looking to answer questions as in her capacity as the manager of El Dorado, not as because there were specific questions from the council. Anyone can be an applicant, and including a council member. So I mean, she would be speaking in her capacity as an applicant or as a affected party, not as a council member.
So she has already disclosed she's not going to vote, but she can obviously have the rights of a citizen.
Right, exactly.
To speak.
Absolutely.
Cokie Booth, property manager for El Dorado. And El Dorado, we represent people 55 and older. And we have about 42 trailers in there, and we don't have sections. So we have travel trailers all over the park, wherever, when somebody leaves and people can't afford a manufactured home any longer, they'll pull in a travel trailer. And we have rules for those, just like Moore's. We're a lot like Moore's, but we don't have a section. So we would be displacing seniors that live on a very fixed income by making a section, because a lot of them can't even afford to move their trailer from another spot, because it's probably about $5,000 to move it to another spot. So we could work towards something, but at this point in time, it would be displacing all the seniors at the park.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
So you're saying at El Dorado, you would not want RVs there?
No, we have RVs at El
Okay.
Dorado, but we don't have a section. They're all over the park.
Okay, so it's legal to have an RV at a mobile home park right now?
Well, I think as well as Moore's found out when they went to have the electrical box installed at their park, they found out that we couldn't have travel trailers. We've had them all along, because the law up until '84, nobody ever came by and said no, and we didn't know, none of us knew that we couldn't have travel trailers. So my park in Henderson is probably more travel trailers than it is mobile homes. So this is just really kind of something that's going on in a lot of the parks. And I think Lori hit it on the head when she said that a lot of people just simply can't afford a manufactured home. And because the rents are more affordable, they can get a travel trailer that's very nice and very comfortable. And the standards are much different today than they were a long time ago.
So is it correct to say that this is not only would be changing ordinance, but it would be making it legal to have them there?
Yes,
So
just
you
like it
would be
was back in
righting the wrong-
'84. So,
Okay.
yeah, that we want the T back that was taken away.
And what's the third property? It's more El Dorado?
Gingerwood.
Oh, Gingerwood.
Yeah.
One additional M&M.
Yeah, M&M, that's another one.
No, that's all manufactured homes.
Yeah, but he's still.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
we have to have somebody at the mic in order to be able to have, so if you want to yield for someone else to come up to the
I'll just say
mic.
M&M is also a trailer park.
And that was my question. So there's four, actually.
Yes.
So I think it would be prudent to hear from the other four, the other two, because you're covering El Dorado, they got more, but M&M, I'd like to hear what they may be, okay with this, but it would be prudent to have them here as well.
I'm going to go back to my chair.
M&M is estates, not
Oh, okay, so they wouldn't
park.
be.
There's only three
This is three.
parks. And Gingerwood is not, Gingerwood is all mobile homes. There's no RVs in Gingerwood.
And there would never be any RVs at Gingerwood unless this was changed tonight.
Right, if the council approves the text amendment, then that would allow for RVs at Gingerwood as well.
I don't see anybody who wants to change something right now.
I'm not prepared to do that tonight, at least, Mayor. Maybe go back direction to staff to work on some additional alternatives, if that, but I'm not prepared to even take this matter up any further.
I'll accept that as a motion, especially if I get a second.
I second it.
And discussion on
It would-
tabling this.
Could you clarify the motion?
We're tabling this.
I was just giving my opinion. I wasn't making a motion. He
Oh, I thought
called
you
it
were
a
making a
motion.
motion, okay.
I will accept the
If you
motion.
need it to be a motion, I move that we table this and direct staff to continue further discussion on what some alternatives might be to bring back to council.
I second that.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Thank you. And there's one abstention because of disclosure. Thank you. That brings us to a recess.
We can use one.
Huh?
I said we could use a recess, huh?
I just got back from Mexico.
Mayor, if you could stand by, I can make the mics live, and I'll let you know when we're ready, if you're ready. Just stand by then. All right.
We'll now move to item 10 on the agenda. Mr. Armentrout.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Brock Armentrout, your Revenue Contracts Real Estate Manager. This is to consider Bill number 2102, ordinance of the City Council to approve agreement number 26-032 between the City of Boulder City and VB BTS 3 LLC to approve a cellular tower ground lease located adjacent to Wayland Field at approximately 852 Adams Boulevard. For reference, this is that gravelly area immediately east of the substation, immediately west of the play field for the middle school, and immediately adjacent to center field of the baseball field. Some time ago, the city awarded an RFP for several cell tower sites within the community. VB, or Vertical Bridge, was awarded that RFP. Since that time, they've been going through the process for a land management plan, land management process, as well as conditional use permits to obtain the necessary entitlements so that they can then move forward with a formal lease with the city. The lease negotiated is for a 5-year term with 4 additional 5-year terms following the initial term should they choose to renew. The initial lease rate based on appraisals is $2,500 a month, which is the equivalent to $30,000 per year. Over the initial 5-year term, by year 5, that equates to about $43,000, as the lease has a 7.5% annual increase built into the lease. Should they have additional carriers other than the initial carrier on the tower, that would be an additional $200 per month per additional carrier on the tower. Lastly, as a requirement of the RFP as well as in the contract, the tower has to appear as a coniferous tree or pine tree, and as I joke, a healthy pine tree. We've all seen those that look like they have not been watered for some time. The site itself is approximately 50 feet by 40 feet and accessed off Adams Boulevard. Are there any questions at this time?
Any questions?
I do have a question. Is this a 5G tower?
It's a tower. They may have 5G on the tower.
Do you know if over the time, I think you said 5 to 6 years?
A 5-year term for the initial term.
Initial. Yeah, I was wondering about radiation, 5G, going up to 6G, 7G. I don't know how fast they're moving, but is the owner here or?
Not that I recollect.
Anybody here to answer that question?
Not that I see. But again, they're the tower operator. They're not the customer who will place the antennas on the tower. They build the tower. Then whoever their lessee is, whether it be T-Mobile, AT&T, and so on, would be the ones that then be able to answer those questions.
Will we have a chance to ask them those questions? Or does this lock it in after tonight? How does that work if we're wanting those questions?
The city's not involved with whoever they sublet the tower to.
So we wouldn't have any accountability after tonight?
Well, typically when the city leases land for a cell tower, there's not terms that govern the particular technology, whether it's 5G, 4G. Those are not terms of the lease. The lease just authorizes the cell tower to be built, and then the operator of the cell tower leases to the carriers who will put the transmitters with the particular technology. We could certainly follow up with the with the company to see what is planned.
Yeah, from what I understand, right now, they're 300 feet from the school, right? They'll be right in the school area, and across the street are residential areas. So I was concerned with any type of radiation. Maybe at 5G there's not, but if they're going to be there for 10 years and technology moves and, this technology gets more dangerous, what do we have as a stopgap to say, hey, we need to know this is radiation right next to our schools? If there's any kind of
well, there's always hazardous materials clauses. If they bring on any hazardous materials, they'd have to address that. I don't believe these types of facilities have radiation. Are you aware?
Well, it's all regulated by the FCC as far as what they can emit and so on. Cell towers are very commonly have multiple uses. For example, we had attempted to have them replace one of the towers in the ball field itself, so we would have the lights below and the antennas up on top to minimize the visual impact. But that's very common use throughout the country, where they may exist on ball fields for schools, parks. Where I used to work in Utah, we had 3 city parks that had ball field lighting. All 3 had cell towers and for the ball field lighting.
Okay, I don't know the technology behind it. I just had the question of what are they emitting, how much they are emitting, when do they emit, and obviously technology changes, and everything that I looked up was 300 to 1,500 feet, and most of the places were 700 to 1,500 feet. Very few were around schools. I didn't see the one that you were talking about, but just for the record, that's a concern that I have. I don't have any children in the school system here, but still, there's residents that live right across the street. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, comments? I would accept a motion.
I move to approve 2102.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Oppose.
The vote is 4-1. Thank you. And that brings us to number 11.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Item 11 is consideration of Bill 2103, which is an ordinance that would create a breeder permit and establish regulations for breeding of dogs and cats. There have been several presentations regarding this and the history of how this came to be. Most recently, February 10th, I went into great detail on what the proposed regulation would do and sought further direction from council. So I'm not planning to go into as much detail this evening unless the city council would like me to. But generally, this regulates breeding of dogs and cats within the city of Boulder City. This would be the strictest ordinance in Southern Nevada regulating breeding, requiring minimum space requirements, both indoor and outdoor, when breeding female dogs, and having no more than 3 permits total within the city, and distance limitations of 1,000 feet per licensed location. The breeder violations of the ordinance would trigger fines of escalating fines from 500 for the first violation to up to 1,000 for 3 or more. In addition, there are penalties for repeat offenders. The city attorney can request a hearing before the municipal court to request that the animals be taken from violators, and that the violator be prohibited from owning animals in the future. So there are a lot of enforcement mechanisms to this as well. So again, this is in accordance with city council direction previously in November and of last year and February of this year. Again, and I'm available for any questions, or if you'd like me to go into more detail, I'm happy to do that too.
Any questions of our city attorney?
Just one, please. There was a comment or question in a public meeting about what if a particular breeder who has a litter can't find homes for those pets, how many can be at a residence and for how long, and what would be the downstream effect of having those on property?
Yes, the puppies do have to be homed within a set amount of time, or the owner has to apply for, say, a fancier foster permit if they want to keep more than 3 animals. I believe it's 6 months, but I have to look at the particular.
It's under subsection D, pet fancier foster permit.
Yes, that's for the permit that would have to be applied for if the person wished to keep the puppies
Right.
longer than, I think it's, by the time they reach, I think 4 months, I think they have to get licensed and have that requirement. So the puppies do have to be homed, or the person has to apply for the fancier foster permit, in which case they can still only have 6 animals. So they'd still be limited to 6, and they'd have to home the rest of the puppies or kittens.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Any other questions? I'll accept a motion.
I'll move to approve 2103.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. It's unanimous. Brings us to our regular agenda, regular business. And go ahead.
Yes, so item 12 is a companion item to item 11. These are the resolutions that would enact the fees for breeder permits, as well as fines for violations. So the initial fee would be $250 plus actual costs incurred at staff's hourly rate to conduct the inspection, and then $100 plus actual costs for renewal. And then there's also a business license requirement that would be about $80 annually in addition to that. And then the fines, again, $500 for the first violation, $750 for the second, and $1,000 for third and subsequent violations.
Any questions? I'll accept a motion.
To approve 7817.
Yep.
Move to approve 7817.
Sorry, the current.
8127.
8127.
The current 7117 was the previous, so it's the 8127 and 8128 are the current
Right,
numbers.
so we're approving, move to approve 8127.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. It's unanimous. And then on 8128, I would accept a motion.
I'll move to approve 8128.
Is there a second?
I second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. It's unanimous. Thank you. That brings us to item number 13.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Boulder City residents. I'm Julie Calloway, your Parks and Recreation Director, and we have one more agenda item regarding the dogs of Boulder City, and that is specifically regarding potential for additional dog recreation locations in Boulder City. And to give you a little bit of a background, A November 10th City Council meeting, Council agreed to amend the code to establish off-leash areas for dog recreation, and at that meeting, some areas were identified, including the desert area adjacent to Boulder City, North Escalante, a linear park, and Wilbur Square with set AM and PM hours. Council at that meeting also directed staff to work with Pratt Field user groups that were enjoying dog recreation at that location to see if they could come up with some recommendations for alternatives for dog recreation, since Pratt Field at that time was not deemed a location that we wanted to move forward with. Staff did, in fact, meet with the user group, and at the April 14th meeting, the alternatives were presented for council to consider. The first map that I'm going to show you are the current areas where dog recreation is permissible within Boulder City. And you can see we have the 2 fenced-in dog parks at Veterans Memorial Park. We have the adjacent desert area kind of to the southeast of Boulder City. There is North Escalante Park right in the downtown area, along with Wilbur Square with AM and PM hours. And then there's the linear park over on the lakeside between Ville Drive and Lake Mountain Drive. And the areas that we're going to look at tonight are Linear Park. At the meeting in April, staff wanted some more information specifically on this area that was identified by some residents that it might be a nice additional location for the lakeside residents, specifically because this area does have ample parking. This is Pacifica Way, about halfway up the road, not quite to Hemingway Valley. I don't think that it's going to disturb our sheep at Hemingway Park, but it is going to provide additional space for dog recreation on lakeside, plus it does have that parking available. As you can see on this graphic, the green X's notate the linear park that is currently approved for off-leash activity, and the yellow section is notating a potential for additional recreation for dogs. It stops basically at a drainage area. There is an identified space where it would be easily notated and signage could be placed so that people would understand where it stops and where it starts. And again, there is parking at the trailhead at Pacifica Way, which makes it very convenient for users. The other areas for consideration that council wanted to bring forward tonight for further discussion were all at Veterans Memorial Park. The additional locations that were recommended by the user groups were the desert to the west of Veterans Memorial Park, as identified with the yellow X's. Also identified with yellow X's are going to be the common areas in between Veterans Memorial Park, the ball fields. And then, while it wasn't in the scope of the direction from council, there was still a very strong desire to utilize Pratt Field itself, so that's notated on here as well, for at least AM hours to be considered from 5 a.m. until 8 a.m. And so those are your the options that you wanted to have come back with you. Another directive from the April meeting was to see if we had any data regarding the dog waste and if there was any likelihood for dogs on leash to have it picked up more often than dogs off leash. And while we didn't necessarily have a team go out and survey that, I can tell you a couple of things. There are jurisdictions who have done that. They've done the data, they've done the research, and research indicates that there is more compliance to pick up when dogs are on leash versus off leash. And I can certainly go into details on how they did that, but there were more than one, set of research that we found accordingly. I will tell you too that we did reach out to our Little League, and they do have a habit of trying to go out and look at those common areas because they know that the dogs are on there on a regular basis, some off leash and some on leash, and they try to make sure that they pick up before big games and tournaments because that's where they're going to be doing their warm-ups. Much like our Parks and Recreation department, we also, when we utilize Pratt Field, our staff will go out and kind of case the area just in hopes that we don't find anything, but really if we do, we make sure we pick it up so that there's not going to be a player incident along those lines. Same thing at Wilbur Square. When we do our Easter egg hunt, we make sure that we're looking around to pick up after anybody who might have left something behind. So another thing that I wanted to bring back to your attention is there are these locations mentioned in the resolution. And you can make any adjustments to the resolution in front of you. It's Resolution 8129. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is that there's also a change to the hours at Wilbur Square that's recommended to compensate for daylight savings. We're recommending that during daylight savings summer hours, instead of it being the afternoon hours being from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., we're recommending it being from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. to utilize the sunlight in the summertime. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
So in what you're proposing, Wilbur Square time change is not in there, so that would have to be added?
It's actually in the resolution in front of you right now, correct?
How about Pratt Field?
So in the resolution, Pratt Field is mentioned, yes, as well for the mornings.
Okay, very good.
So it's up for council's discretion at this point to decide if what they like in the resolution is what they want to move forward with, if they want to make changes to it, or if they want to make additions to it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said those two items weren't added.
Nope, they are.
Okay. I want to say great job and working with the public and getting this resolved because it's been a major issue. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
I just have one question on Linear Park.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
yellow X's, is that South Linear?
Correct.
Okay, and that's up tonight for approval or not, or is that good to, but you're saying it's good to go? as far as-
It's your call. You all are the ones that are deciding whether or not these are authorized locations for off-leash activity.
All right, what I meant by that is not impacting the bighorn sheep or anything like that, that is.
That
an
is
open
correct.
area.
I don't believe that will have any negative impact on the sheep because it's further south.
And the linear, do they have times at all, or is that off-leash all the time?
All the time. So it's in essence a non-fenced dog park, much like North Linear Park. Yes, same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all your work, and thank you for reaching out to the community, because I know that it's important. I mean, it's important, period, but it's really important here. We live in a small community. Change affects many people differently. So I have a couple of questions. One is, how many parks do we have in the city?
17.
17 parks in the city, okay? How many would you say the kids go to? All of them?
15.
15? Okay, when you say you pick up, when you know an activity is happening
Yes.
at Pratt or those different areas, do we also pick up at the other parks? Because it may not be a specific activity, right? But all of a sudden the kids are going to go play there and do whatever.
Yes, we actually have a part-time staff member whose job is to do that.
That's a picker-upper.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, part-time staff member, picker-upper.
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely, 100%, thank you.
Yes.
So, because I think it's important to recognize, right, all of our parks probably need picking up from time to time, whether leashed or not leashed. And if we have 17 parks, and we're looking at just carving out some of these areas for some of the time for this use here, we also carve out areas for soccer time for kids, for baseball time. There's all different kinds of times that we carve out. There's a dog show I saw the other day that looked kind of fun to just go and sit and watch, right? We have our events like Spring Jamboree that we just had, that when it's here, you definitely aren't just going and hanging out at the park. You're going to attend that. So when I look at some of these areas and I recognize pickup's going to happen. It's going to happen on or off leash. I like the idea of those at Pratfield, just the morning hours, because it says to me that leaves the whole day for all the other things that get done there. So they're out of there by, what did you say, 8 a.m.?
Correct.
They'd be out of there by 8 a.m. So, and when do our parks close?
They close at 10 p.m.
So from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is basically 14 hours, it's open to every other activity that's, available there. So I know that it has some opposition, and I recognize that for various reasons, but I still feel like we're a small enough municipality with 17 parks that we could carve out a few hours.
I will say that Pratfield is, out of our 17 parks, Pratfield is the only park field that is used for youth sports, that is not a fenced-in field.
Because it's used for
Soccer. Flag football.
Okay.
T-ball.
Okay. And I've had people say to me too, there's no human parks. Well, they're all, we share the city together, it's saying there's no human sidewalks. It goes, we can't guarantee that, but the one that we can guarantee that it shouldn't be there unless you're breaking the law is the Hemingway Park, where there is absolutely no dogs allowed. And so, because I did have someone say, well, dogs are there too. Well, not legally. Mm-mm. And a lot of things happen that aren't legal because people choose to do that. So we can only control what we can control by putting parameters in, and then people need to choose to follow those parameters. So thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Other comments? So I had some research done vis-a-vis Pratfield when I was on city council back in the day. Ron Pratt donated $500,000 to Pratfield for the soccer fields. And so I obviously have challenges with dogs leaving waste on where kids play, but that's my problem. Other comments?
I do have a comment on Pratfield. I walk around the ponds over there, and I've done this quite a bit, just talk to people who are around there. A lot of them are visitors from Henderson. So I think you're going to have dog waste there, whether it's Boulder City dog waste or Henderson dog waste, but I don't think you'll ever get around that problem of having the excrements there. So that's something to consider as well, that it's not just us that's used that park at Henderson. And if we said no to our residents on Pratfield for the short time of 5 to 8 a.m., which they're probably the only ones at that time, but the rest of the day, you have visitors there from, even people just passing through will be on Pratfield with their dogs running. And most of the people that I engage were from Henderson after, later on in the evening, around 9, 10 o'clock, 11. They were from Henderson. A couple of people were living out of their car. They don't even live here, and they had dogs running around. So I don't think we'd ever get away from it, is my point, of it being a clean field, 100%. I guess you could say you could cut down, but I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you for all you do. Thank you again for meeting with the groups.
Thoughts?
So this is council conversation, right?
Yeah.
We don't have, I don't have any questions for Director Callaway. By the way, thank you. I think we need to look at the totality of all of who we represent. We represent dog owners. We represent people who like off-leash activity. We represent people who like on-leash activity, and we represent people who don't do any dog activity at all. And all of them need equal representation. You know, it is often said, if everyone would just ... And everyone doesn't just ... That's the problem. If everybody did, this conversation would never have come up. And it's also said often, you know, a few bad apples, you know, ruin the whole bushel. And that, I think, is very evident in this particular instance. All it takes is a few bad actors, and all of the good actors are now lumped in, because how do you enforce this truly difficult to define under voice command, visual or voice command? Because this is also, to a great degree, not just about space, it's about control of your animal. And whether on leash or off leash, whether in a designated off leash area or not, anywhere in the entire city limits, this is the ordinance. And I think it's important for us to frame it also in that. I think, to me, off-leash activity is the exception and not the rule. I think if we give folks from now, because I'm calling it basically we're in summer based on temperature, until sometime in September or later, 5 to 8 a.m. is the prime time for using the park. And we're saying, let's take the exception and let them have the prime time, rather than take the rule, which is, let's not forget, not everybody wants to have a dog off leash or to have a dog with them at all at the park. I would say that, what I'll call the rule, not the exception, should get first dibs at the prime time and not the exception. But also, Mayor, I agree with you. I would go so far where I have grandchildren participating in sports, both not in Boulder City as well as in Boulder City. The places outside of Boulder City, dogs are forbidden on those play surfaces, period, fenced in or not. And I believe, for good reason, I believe that the desert area to the west of Veterans Park is a great area for off-leash activity. It's separate predominantly from pretty much everybody else who would be utilizing the park. The reason, because it has been brought up, maybe we should open up one of the fenced-in ball fields at Vets for dog activity. And the reason, if I recall correctly, that it failed was because we didn't want to put a concentration of dog waste in an area where kids are playing sports. And Pratt is to me, Pratt is the same. It's just not fenced in. I would go so far as to say grass area at Pratt's should be considered a play surface just like the fenced-in ball areas, and that entire grassy area of the ball areas, because I've talked to coaches, both who do Parks and Rec activities at Pratt and coaches who participate in the Little League over the fenced-in, and they all, in addition to Parks and Rec and the part-time staff, do their own policing and picking up of dog waste before practice or games. And so it's not about on-leash or off-leash to me. It's about dogs on surfaces where kids are participating in sports activity. I just can't reconcile that. I know that's a difficult pill to try and put out there for anybody to take, but for that reason, I just don't support that. But I do support Escalante, North Escalante, the linear parks, and I'm not crazy about Wilbur Square, but I can get there because that's, again, the Easter egg hunt. Got to do searching for other surprises, but again, it's not about on leash or off leash there. So, I don't want to turn our surfaces into essentially unleashed dog parks for certain periods of the day. Especially Pratt, if I don't, if we end up putting Pratt as an off-leash acceptable area, I just can't see how picking the best time of the morning during the summer for the exception, the folks that want to use it, rather than ensuring that dogs are on leash only around that, because of all the folks that use it who aren't dog folks. So those are my comments to throw in the bucket and shake around.
Good.
I commented.
The only thing I'd like to add to that, what Steve said, is how do you enforce the people who don't live here that use Pratt Field? And we could say that's not our problem because they don't live here, but I'm saying you're still going to have the same situation of poop on the grass, because we can't enforce that. It's not fenced in. If it was fenced in, yeah, you lock the gate. But 5 to 8, when I'm down there, there's only the dog people down there. I've never seen anybody else down there from 5 to 8 in the morning, but maybe you have, so I'm not saying that that's not true. But how do we enforce anybody else not going on? And we're telling our residents, you can't go on, but however, visitors can, basically. It's not us saying visitors can, visitors do. They are there. So it's something that either we're going to enforce somehow to keep anybody off of Pratt Field, or otherwise it's somewhat of a moot point of trying to keep dogs off of Pratt Field, period. If it's, our folks or somebody from visiting, passing through. That's the only problem I have to say. We cannot, and maybe you could correct me, we can enforce that no dogs would be on there, even if we said our residents could. We couldn't enforce other people from passing through or from Henderson with their dogs. You could put signs out, but you would almost have to have somebody there 24 hours to say, get the dogs off. And to me, that's unfair to our guys who are picking up. They're making sure they pick up. They've said that over and over. We will police it, we'll walk through. So we know at least that they are going to do what they say they're going to do, but we cannot say that a passer through or somebody from Henderson will do that, and probably they won't. So I'm just pointing out the obvious of what it'd be. I don't think we'll ever get away from dog poop on the grass.
Ms. Callaway, can you walk your dog with a leash on Pratt Field?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I think what Councilwoman Denise is saying is that you really can't control the dog droppings because hopefully everybody picks up after themselves. So we do allow them off on leash over at Pratt Field. There's one other question and I forgot what it was. So if we wanted to make Pratt Field off, then we'd have to make signage that said no dogs, period, on there. And that would be a discussion for another time.
We can do that tonight. It's on the.
I'm
whatever we're doing,
Yeah.
we can discuss.
Okay, we could add that on, but I personally, you can walk your dog anywhere. I'm for that. I taught softball over there for AYSOU or something, and we never had a problem with dog poop. And I didn't even know I should have been looking for it, which makes me feel bad now that I didn't, but probably because you were there cleaning up for us. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, but we were over at the ball fields, basically. when we
Correct. And
played.
those are fenced in and they are locked now.
Okay.
And that would be one reason why they are locked.
Okay, but that's where we played our soccer, except over on Pratt Field, we'd have a big game on the weekends. So that was never our experience to run into dog droppings. Thank you, that's all I have, Mayor.
So I think we definitely have consensus not happening.
And I disagree. I think you need to take a vote.
Make a motion.
I make a motion to move forward 8129.
A second.
And discussion. So Madam City Attorney, can you tell us what the motion was specifically?
Yes, so motion to approve Resolution 8129, which would Add the desert area west of Veterans Memorial Park during park hours as an off-leash area. Would add Pratt Field during the morning hours of 5 to 8 a.m. as an off-leash area. The common areas around the baseball fields at Veterans Memorial Park between the hours of 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. as an off-leash area. Linear Park south between Pacifica Way and the drainage ditch during park hours would be off-leash. And then changing the Wilbur Square off-leash hours from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. from November to March, and 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. April through October. And then morning hours, or I'm sorry, let me just read that again. It's, so just to reflect daylight savings time from November to March, the hours would be 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then April through October, they would be 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and morning hours of 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. This is in addition to the previous areas that were authorized, which included North Escalante, desert areas, linear channel between Ville and Lake Mountain Drive, and then Wilbur Square again.
Thank you. Anyone want clarification? As far as right now at Pratt Field, there are signs that say hook up and pick up right now. So that is there. Those signs thus with this motion would go away. And so this motion would allow Pratt Field to be used, and the places by the ball field would be used, and the linear park, and then the desert. And those are those, right?
Mm-hmm. And Mayor, for clarification, the areas at Veterans Memorial Park, the resolution states that it would only be from 5 a.m. until 8 a.m.
Okay.
So new signage would be put up to signify that change, should it be approved.
And then while you're there, can we not police anybody, no matter where they live?
Absolutely, we can. We don't discriminate by where you live. If you're breaking the rules, we'll let you know.
Yeah.
Well, I won't. Well, I might, but it would be
I mean, our police are still the police,
correct.
no matter who's breaking the law anywhere.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So anybody else want any clarification?
No, sir.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to number 13.
14.
14. I'd just like to revisit it.
You want to go back to dogs again?
No.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gary Poindexter, Public Works, thank you, and Utilities Director. This item is for discussion and staff direction on a joint Boulder City Sunrise Rotary Club and Boulder City Rotary Club proposal to fund and install at no cost to the city a shade structure over the Bicentennial Park Grill to meet Southern Nevada District requirements for permitted special events. Public Works Department respectfully requests that City Council discuss the proposal from Boulder City Sunrise Rotary Club and Boulder City Rotary Club to fund and install a shade structure over Bicentennial Park Grill and provide direction to staff regarding acceptance of the proposal and the terms under which the projects how to proceed. With that, I can answer any questions.
Questions? Oh, we have a disclosure. Go ahead.
I'd like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that I am a member of the Boulder City Sunrise Rotary, but I've been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position, as I am a general member and do not serve on the board.
Mayor, s'il vous plaît. I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that I'm a member of the Boulder City Sunrise Rotary, but had been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position, as I am a general member and do not serve on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other disclosures or any comments? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I think the Rotary Club is an amazing club here in Boulder City, and they do a lot of great things for the city, and I've never seen them do a bad job yet. The barbecue is fantastic. We use it all the time, and I just would highly recommend letting them proceed with this. But
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Can I make a comment before we motion on it? So the picture that's on here, it doesn't match the gazebo. Are we voting on this being the end all?
That would be council direction on going with a different design. That design that represents, it would not include some of the accessories you see in that picture.
Sure.
It would not include the backing of that. It was a concept to show how it would be installed and overhanging. But it'd be up to council to direct us on how the design, what you would want to look like, or work with the Rotaries to come up with a design that would at least be color matched to the other carports in the area.
Well, if I'm correct, it's still a historic district, correct?
It is correct.
So is this rendition approved by the Historic Commission?
Once we have direction from council, we'll take it to HPC.
And that's what we're doing tonight, giving that direction. Okay, I thought it was final when you make the motion that it would be this. So, my bad.
I will point out that it doesn't come with a swimming pool, right?
Or the TV.
Or the ceiling fan.
Okay. So this motion is to allow this to happen, and then the rest is what we have to figure out what it looks like.
May I clarify? So, the Rotary has looked and received bids, or received quotes, and this rendering is what they would look to install. They would have to go to the Historic Preservation Commission for approval, but in the staff report, they're saying it would be similar to design in this image and tan in color to match the recently completed parking structures. So if the council wants to see something different, that could impact the cost, because the Rotary, has, I don't know what
Budget.
their funding capability is. And do we have representatives here to speak to that?
Rep.
We do not. They were here earlier.
Okay. So
I
I'm just saying
haven't seen
that
them come back in.
if the design does need to look different, we would need to go back to Rotary to see if that's something that, if the Rotary is going to completely fund and install this, then we'd need to go back to them to see if that would be within their capabilities. Alternatively, we could also accept a donation, and it could be a city-built facility, and the Rotary could donate toward it. That's another option for the council to consider.
So if I may,
Yes, you may.
this says to fund and install a shade structure. And just because we have a picture of this does not mean that we are approving this structure. I point out because it's got a pool.
It's my understanding, and, Yeah, I believe Michael Mays is a member of Rotary that might have, in his capacity as Rotary, could talk about this, because it's my understanding that this is the shade structure they would propose to install, that would be tan.
And so meeting with them, that represents what, without the accessories and the backing and the color of going with the sand color that matches existing, it would leave it open for the events, how they're using. They have set up tables for prep tables, I should call it, so that will be open in the back. So it allows it to cover that because it does have to open up. It does have to be cantilevered a little bit to allow the smoke from the barbecue out.
Does it have a fan?
No, it will not have a fan or misters. It
I
cannot
mean,
have-
that's where I'm coming from.
So-
It's got a fan, it's got a swimming pool, and it's got other things. I
Yeah.
think we're voting on a structure, and then we are gonna have to figure out what that looks like, so that it's compatible with the area, that it cantilevers and all those kinds of things, but I think it should be something that is approvable as opposed to a modernistic TV, fan, and swimming pool.
Yeah, prior to putting any
Right.
further money into design, we wanted to make sure we get direction from council first.
Could we possibly hear from Michael Mays in his position as a member of Rotary to say whether or not he knows if this is something that is very similar to what they're thinking or very different?
Good evening again, and let me make a disclosure. I am the Boulder City Sunrise Rotary Treasurer. I'm also the Boulder City Sunrise Rotary Chair of Worst Festival. So the intent, as Mr. Poindexter has pointed out, is to cover the grill for all the special events that occur throughout the year. This is a requirement of the Southern Nevada Health District. And with the concept that is shown as an exhibit, yes, it would not include a pool, it would not include the fan, it would not include the back wall, but it would be of that metal structure of a similar color to the planned carports that have gone before the Historic Preservation Commission already and have been approved. This would require a building permit, which means it would require a certificate of appropriateness, which means it would be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So if the historic preservation says, no, we don't like this, then does it come back before us?
Yes, it could be appealed to the city council as part of the process.
Okay, so what I'm asking is because the mayor brought up that it's kind of modern looking, but I know it will match the structure because it's the same. But if the historic district doesn't like it and they recommend something else, will that something else, a picture of that something else come back before us?
No, they would be looking at the building permit before them. They would either approve or deny.
So if they deny, what happens? It just goes
Then
away?
the applicant has the right to appeal to the city council.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand that part.
Mayor, may I further clarify?
Yeah.
Thank you. So this item was placed on the agenda for this reason, really two reasons, so that the council could provide some input on the design of the structure. And you've identified this one looks a little more modern. If you wanted something that looked a little different, that's sort of the direction that we're looking for is about the design. Now, this project was part of the ADA improvements that were being done out there, but it was removed from that project because of the cost. And at that point, as noted in the staff report, the Rotary clubs stepped up and said, well, we can put this in. It's my understanding that their fundraising capacity is somewhat limited. So the other question that's before the council is, would you like to go forward with what the two Rotary clubs are proposing? And we appreciate that they have stepped forward to do that. However, I thought it was important to have this in front of the council because this will be a permanent structure in a very prominent location within the city. It's used for many public events. So before we go through any of that process, it's important that we come before the council and provide you an opportunity to provide some direction both on design as well as the funding of the project and what you would like to see as part of this proposed improvement in the park.
Go ahead.
Did I hear it said that it matches the car park?
It's going to match the carports, yes.
Carports, okay.
These are the new ones that will be constructed this summer.
Do we have a design of those anywhere floating around or no?
We do, and
It just wasn't included, so we can.
Correct, yeah, that's what went
Okay.
before the Historic Preservation Commission. But it's also a similar modern design. See if you have another way of characterizing it?
So it is a modern design cantilevered, but the color it currently matches the solar array cover that we have. So we did stick with consistent on the color. So if that helps any, but
And the historic preservation,
they did approve.
they approved the carport.
Yes. And we also have one going in front of the police department to cover the EV chargers.
Okay.
So this will be a consistent flow. It won't stand out. It will look like everything else that's going to be built.
Try to blend it in with the surrounding, with the exception of, we do have the gazebo right there. That was the original plan. The price was quite steep.
Can I? Thank you. I've various thoughts about this. Number one, we're appreciative, and I'm a relative newcomer to Rotary in relation to the many, many prominent community members who have been Rotary members for decades and have contributed to this community in phenomenal, remarkable ways. That said, and the grill being put there was a great gesture on behalf of the Rotary clubs, both Boulder City Rotary and Boulder City Sunrise Rotary. That's used frequently, and it's not only accessible to special events, but it's accessible to residents of the community if they want to reserve it, pay the fee, and have a family reunion or a group gathering or whatever they want to do. So when we look at this area, it's not just a Rotary area. This is a community area. Now, if the parking structure looks similar to this, there's a certain reality and functionality that has to serve, or not the parking structure, but the covered parking. And it certainly, if it's similar to what we see in the packet, it's not anywhere close to the style of architecture that would typically be considered contributing in the historic district. But I think, to their credit, they have to, weigh what can reasonably be done and then sign off on it. Now, I wasn't in the meeting, so I can't say what the conversation was, but when we look at this, I think this is a one-off enough that we can separate it. I think this should be a Boulder City project. I don't think we should be limited in the scope of this just by what the two Rotary clubs can afford. I think this is a Boulder City, truly a flagship area for our community. And I believe it should match the general historic nature of the gazebo and the general historic nature of City Hall, and not try and match the brand new parking structure, covered parking that happens to be going up because we need covered parking, and that's what the city could afford. But this is a one-off of a very prominent meaning and significance. I think we should, and this is also in the RDA district. And RDA funds happen to be available. We could consider funding through a variety of sources that are city funded, that we could put the city's historic consistency there as part of that project, rather than something that, and bless their hearts some of my contributions might actually go to pay for that as well. But I think it's limited in its scope, and it's just limited because what the Rotary clubs could afford, bless their hearts. But I don't think that should be the flagship area for Boulder City for that reason. I think we need to aim in design type and look for the gazebo and have a shade structure that meets the Southern Nevada Health District requirements for the slope and the amount of overhang and the need, right? Let's begin with the end in mind on this project so that it's usable for how far it goes back and where we can set up, or anybody who uses it can set up their prep areas and supplies and so forth. That all of that is considered in what we direct staff to do, and not just say, well, you know, it's really nice, thanks, and let's do it because it matches the covered parking. That's my 2 cents for right now.
Not sure because I haven't talked to Rotary about this specifically. Loved the idea that they saw a need and they wanted to fill the need and help us fill it. Wondering if they still, it could be a joint project that we could work on, if they'd still be willing to donate those funds that they had available to themselves, and then us being able to add some RDA funds. This is a focal point in Boulder City. I too would really love to see us stay kind of consistent in that park with what we have. I think that was kind of my point, that I don't know if matching the car point, though, if effectively priced probably, which I agree. And I get, we don't have endless supplies of money, but I wonder if in partnership we did it, if we'd have the capacity to add something to the park that would last for quite some time, that would match with what we currently have.
Gary, will you be replacing the grill and that whole setup, or just the cover?
Just the shade structure.
Okay, so the grill is going to stay?
Yes.
You're not putting in a new grill?
We installed a new grill last year.
Oh, you
the
did?
large.
Okay, I haven't
Yeah.
been in a while. Okay. And would there be like a plaque or anything that goes on there from the Rotary, or would just have that big Rotary
I
sign?
think
that's
that
in
would
front?
be a great idea. We had discussed that, and we definitely would include that.
Okay. Do you think that the Rotary would be, that they would object having it look like the gazebo if the city helped out?
No, I believe they would be supportive on that, and it could definitely be a joint venture. So something we'll discuss with them.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, as long as the Rotary's being involved, I agree. Let's design it so everybody's happy and the historic district is happy, and use some redevelopment money. So I kind of agree with everybody else. I do agree.
See how easy that was? So I would accept a motion that we, in essence, partner with the Rotary, work with the Rotary, and allow some kind of revenue sharing to do something that's compatible with what we look like in the park and how we do it. I would accept that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Can I put some definition around that motion?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I would add to Ms. Booth's motion then that the city design or work with the design group to mirror the type of material and the look to match, or as closely as possible match, the gazebo as it ties into the city hall building as well. And that it be functional per SNHD, the Health District guidelines, and that it be functional in its support structure so that we can have a prep area and storage for supplies, and that we then approach Rotary to see if they would like to donate the amount that they had already said that they would be willing to put forward here towards the project, so that the city could receive a donation in the name of the two Rotary clubs, and that we could properly recognize their donation with an appropriate plaque or something of that nature. Is that okay?
No, I have one objection.
Okay.
I think that the Rotary Club should be involved with the designing of this and with the understanding so that they're part of the whole process.
Well, then that's your motion. I don't support that. Because here's the reason why. Because we don't want to get this thing hung up, because we might get 3 or 4 different opinions coming from Rotary because they like this tile color or that steel color or whatever, and then we're hung up meeting on this like we did the breeding ordinance.
Well, I
So
just think
I
Rotary's sharper than that. I think that they can get it together and get us
It's your motion.
a structure. Okay, I don't mind saying that it should be historic looking, but I really would like to see, since the Rotary brought this to us, that they be a part of the design concept that's brought back to us and approved by the Historic Committee.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
And is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded, and
Discussion?
discussion.
Would it be possible to ask the Rotary if they want to be involved in the design process? Because maybe
I could accept that.
there's a possibility, right, that they would just say, hey, we trust that you would pick something that would be wonderful, and we might not want to be involved in it. Could we word it like that?
I'll accept that as a change.
Does the seconder accept that?
I accept that, yes.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
And that brings us, we've already done 15 and 16, city manager's report.
Sorry. This item is the monthly report on the, I'm going to get to the right language, the claims paid. If it wasn't so late, I would pick one of them and go into a little bit of detail, but in the interest of time, I won't do that tonight. So there's nothing unusual in the report.
Okay. Any questions? We'll move to number 18, the financial
And
report.
Same with number 18. This is the city manager's monthly financial report, and it's for the end of the third quarter ending in March 31st, 2026.
All right, any questions?
Mayor, just a note of the excellent work done by our finance department. The reporting has improved. It's more user-friendly, if you will, or layperson readable. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that we have the statistics as far as percentages as well as dollar amounts. It was always kind of presented in two different places and hard to connect the dots sometimes. And if we look at those, at that line, that semicircle line that on each of the chart pages is near each circle giving the percentages and the dollar amounts, nearly every one of them is in the green, which indicates that actuals are at or better than expected progress. And so I appreciate that there's prudent financial stewardship going on at the direction of our city manager. Thank you, city manager, working closely with our finance department. And then, of course, policy lands on our lap on how we're going to manage all this. But really appreciate and wanted to make note of that. And I do appreciate that quarterly summary included in this item. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. What he's alluding to is the very graphic representation of where we are financially, which is very helpful than just the sheet that says the numbers. Appreciate that. Any other questions? We'll accept both of those then. And we'll open up public comment. Public comment at this time. Open up for anything. Take your 3 minutes, come forward. State your name, and is there anybody on the phone? Okay.
Okay, greetings, Honorable Mayor, Council. I'll make this short and brief. My name is Adam Schultes, and I am the only candidate for City Council that is 100% opposed to data centers. At this point in time, I will be talking about how closed-loop data centers still use tremendous amounts of water. This is part one of my 10-part series to help educate you about the facts of data centers. Now, on the city's website, it says, quote, the proposed data center would use a state-of-the-art air-cooled closed-loop system to eliminate excessive water use and protect Southern Nevada water resources, unquote. This statement is not quite true. While closed-loop systems reduce direct water use at the data center site, they significantly increase electricity demand. That's the key. That electricity is often generated by thermoelectric power plants, which are among the largest consumers of fresh water in the United States, coming straight out of Lake Mead. The result is a hidden shift. This is really important. The result is a hidden shift in the water burden from the data center to the power plant. In other words, this proposed data center is still going to use a tremendous amount of water no matter how you look at it. It's just the way of the world. Harvard University states that, quote, estimates suggest that within a couple of years, the electricity needed for data centers is going to be around 10 to 15% of total nationwide electricity demand, unquote. Now, the truth of the matter is that a closed-loop system does not save that much water. And the spin that the company is telling you is absolutely false. So what's it going to be, council? Are you going to represent your special interest by saying of the council, by the council, and for the council, and not for the people? I mean, there are thousands of no data signs. Or can you stand up and do the right thing by letting Boulder City know the truth and be a town of the people, by the people, and for the people by saying no data centers? Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Roseanne Rabiola Maley. June 1st is going to be the 31st anniversary of my arrival in Boulder City. And as a resident of Boulder City, I'm entitled, as every other resident, to the right to speak to elected officials. And I expect when I write, send emails, that I get answers, especially when I say, I would like to see in writing a couple of times in my email. I experienced culture of Boulder City for about a decade, and even though I'm no longer here every day, I'm feeling things that are changing. And, you know, whether we call them solar storage plants or data centers or whatever, this data center issue, it's much larger than just Skylar and the other companies that are involved. The truth and the facts and the research that's involved with this project is absolutely essential. This is not something that we can agree to disagree on. Truth, facts, research. You don't agree to disagree on facts. And so what I'm saying is that it's more than money. Everything that is voted on is about people. And if the people who voted for elected officials, whether it's Boulder City, whether it's the country, whether it's anywhere, if those people are intelligent enough to elect elected officials, then I guess they deserve answers and back and forth. And every time I saw that we can stand up here but we can't get any feedback, and not fair.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone? 702-589-9629. 702-589-9629. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Rod Walters. Okay, and I guess I did go to the second meeting that was presented by the people who want to build the data center. And one of the questions I posed to them is, how big is this building going to be? And they indicated that the applications they've made to the city is that it's going to be limited to 25 feet. I also talked to other individuals there saying that and they indicated that they're going to try to do anything they can to paint it in such a manner that it blends in with the surrounding background, basically camouflage it. And I think they're trying to do everything possible to work with Boulder City to make certain it's like at least non-intrusive as possible. And that's a good thing. They're willing to work with us. And there's I guess the first argument I've heard that basically, yes, there's going to be power coming into that plant, but it's also artificial intelligence and data centers is the future. I mean, at least, from the standpoint of industries, and, a lot of them are being built in Las Vegas area and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's good that, they seem to be willing to work with Boulder City. They admit they're talking to other cities, like Henderson. And if I looked at the possibility that maybe they go with the Henderson option, and the problem is the Henderson property that that's controlled by them seems to be actually closer to Boulder City than where they're proposing to build it now in Boulder City land. And it's also industrial zoning. So there's not going to be any kind of restrictions on what they're building there from stand other than something like equivalent to a warehouse. And so from that standpoint, the fact that they're willing to work with Boulder City to alleviate any kind of issues, and you won't get that same bargain if it's Henderson dealing with them. And also as to the issue of yes, electrical power is generated by water and stuff like that, to a certain extent. It's all boiled, stuff like that. A lot of that water is recycled too. It's just not let it into the air and stuff like that. So I don't really believe they keep, there seems to be an effort to try to constantly bring water into the issue when it's not really. They've done everything they can do in building the building to alleviate any issues of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 702-589-9629, if you're calling in. Otherwise, anything?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Brandon Smith. I just want to do another quick shout out to Gary Poindexter and his crew for contributing help to plant a tree in Alan Stromberg's memory this weekend for Preservation Day. It was very well received, very well attended, and our speeches made some of their family members cry, so I guess we did our job. I'd also like to weigh in on the animal waste problem. Once again, I feel that this is not a dog issue as much as it is a people issue. And I think if we put in some sort of extraordinary measure for punishment of leaving dog excrement behind, this would go away really rather quickly. $1,000 if you're witnessed leaving a turd behind, done and dusted. At that rate, I think Boulder City Police Department, you can correct me if I'm wrong, probably pushing upwards of, we'll call it $50 an hour for their time. Could have somebody out at Pratt Field 8 hours a day, and $1,000 a time if that's truly the case, that waste is an extraordinary problem. I think it would probably pay the Boulder City Police Department and therefore city coffers quite a reasonable return on that manpower dedicated strictly to making sure that people are being responsible. In response to, once again, the data center issue, I only ask again that the council be very prudent and thorough with what data centers are and what they are not. What they are not is good for any community that has introduced them into their midst. We are Boulder City. We are strong and mighty and proud of who we are. And I think that it's time that we once again dedicate our resource to letting the world know just how strong we are. In the same way that we introduced the dam to the world, we could be a small city that stood up to big industry and found better ways and less intrusive ways and less destructive ways to make up for our city shortfalls as far as cash is concerned. I know we can do a better job. You guys are smarter than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 702-589-9629. If there's no one on the line and no one here in chambers, we will close the public comment and go to City Council's report. We've started your end.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no board meetings to report on, but I was honored to attend the American 250 monument dedication down at Veterans Cemetery. It was just a beautiful day, beautiful honor, and serving on behalf of our city or representing our city was an honor for myself. I just want to end with saying, don't forget to pray for our troops that are overseas, still in harm's way. I'm always available to talk about anything. I think most of Boulder City residents know that, and they have my number and my email. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder if they had such a great time at Bark in the Park at Spring Jamboree. And our Gary Poindexter won the look-alike contest with his pit bull. And I think it's Zor or something. It's got a great name. But we had a lot of fun, and the king and queen of Bark in the Park live next door to each other. We have Annie and Stanley, and I didn't realize it, but they were next door neighbors. So that was kind of unique and never happened before. And then also, our mayor loves hats. I know that. Yes, I think he almost has a fetish for hats. And he is also a celebrity. He did the most fantastic job of doing the commercial for keeping a helmet on your head. So I had to go get him a hat from Coat of the Fluff so that you will never forget your experience. And then I'm such a crazy dog person that the city manager has learned about, so I've got you a coin for Coat of the Fluff. But enjoy your hat. Joe will probably kill me because you're coming home with another hat. But you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we've been here a long time. I'm going to try to be kind of quick. I did have a pretty busy month as far as meetings went. I had the Clark County Debt Management Commission, May 7th, where Las Vegas Valley Water District came in for bond issuance. May 11th, Clark County School District Oversight Panel for School Facilities, where we discussed the upcoming projects that they would be looking at. And I did have an opportunity to speak to the facilities, what would you say, for lack of a better word, person who's over it. I don't know what his official title, Brandon's is, but about Boulder City Schools and about kind of what they learned when they came here and did a few of their meetings with our community. And they promised that they would get back to us as shareholders in that and talk to us before any decisions were made, and that we could have a voice in that. Also went to Historic Preservation Day. It was wonderful. Got to see three of the kids who have their flags. Are they still up downtown? I didn't drive by to see, so they're still up. If you go up downtown, it's in the older town area. You can see the flags of the drawings that the kids did, that they were able to win first, second, third prize. It was really cute to see them involved. I think that's how we get people to reinvest, right, of all ages into our city and the importance of Boulder City. So I think it was great. Got to go through a historic home that was redone over, it's where I gotta look at this closer, Patrizo Financial, Did I say it right? No, yes. Oh, thanks. Okay. Also able to see the award given and able to see Brandon give a nice shout out for the tree dedication while we were there. It was beautiful to see Alan Stromberg, some of his family there, as we said, and thank you to them, and to see the water filtration plant that looks nice. We've been working inside of it, and it's nice to see where the monies go. Spring Jamboree, thank you. It takes a village. And we were able to actually get the parking lot done in time, barely. I don't know. It was by the skin of our teeth. I don't know if some people even slept. But thank you to the volunteers. Thank you for those who prepped it. Thank you for our police who come and keep us safe and monitor when we're there. Thank you to the chamber who does this and does many things for our businesses in town so that we can have healthy businesses here. And thank you to all of you who stayed the entire time. It's impressive.
Mayor, my committee reports for the Water Authority. I think, thank you for mentioning the Vegas Valley Water District. I think, did you know, for my Did You Know segment, the Vegas Valley Water District is not the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and vice versa. I know you know that. But most people in the valley, you'd be surprised, think they're one in the same. And they are not. When the Vegas Valley Water District, for example, imposes excessive use fees, people come to the Water Authority meeting and blame us for their excessive use charges when it's the district that did it to their customers who are unincorporated Clark County and the city of Las Vegas. North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder City are the other purveyor members from the Southern Nevada Water Authority. So anyway, did you know? We're still in a terrible drought crisis. Save every drop of water that you can. And then the Convention and Visitors Authority, man, the staff, that is one of the most professional and amazing staffs in the entire country, if not the entire world, for bringing visitors to a destination for tourism, for sports, for entertainment, and for just generally generating interest and excitement around a destination. And in spite of all that's going on economically, worldwide, and socio-politically, the staff still continues to hit home runs in bringing events, entertainment, sports activities to Southern Nevada, which we all benefit from. Another Did You Know segment, we did some tentative approval of some budgeting at today's meeting. $463 million is the operating budget for the Convention and Visitors Authority, in addition to several million for their capital projects just to maintain all of the convention space. In addition to, speaking of debt management, several million in debt management payments or debt service payments. So really far above $500 million ultimately for all the costs to operate the Convention and Visitors Authority and the Convention Center and all that is done there. phenomenal group of professionals that are at the helm of that organization, and again, we benefit greatly from that. Those are my committee reports, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say the same thing that I have meant before, and will say it again. This council is wonderful. Each and every one of you bring to this council a viewpoint and a representation of people in this community. And we have a wonderful community who has open debates and has open opportunities to talk, and we are very blessed to be in this community and be able to have the funding that we have in this community, be able to do the things that we like to do, to have the education we like to have, and be able to talk to one another and go shopping and be able to see people that are next door neighbors. It is a great community. I love it. I love you all. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And I got my hat.
You by golly. You had to have one. Is it a